I would do a bit of a live stream here for the hostage release that I believe we are going to see very soon. So I will be doing a bit of live coverage on that. For now, let's just, I'm going to play some of the live stream from satview.tv. Please head over there and subscribe if you can. I'm just going to show some live coverage from Hostage Square, and then I will bring some stories to you as we go. Here we go.
שהמשפחות מקבלים, שעם ישראל מקבל. אנחנו איתכם שם בכיכר, דני וקרן. בעוד 5 דקות אנחנו צופים שזה יקרה, אנחנו מאוד מקווים שזה לפי לוח הזמנים הזה. וזהו, צריך להדגיש, התמונות שאנחנו רואים זה מח'אן יונס, אלמוג בוקר, אבל נדמה לי שהאירוע מתרחש בצפון הרצועה כרגע, מבחינתנו. ככל הנראה, כן. כך זה נראה ששחרור החטופים אמור להתבצע בצפון הרצועה. עניין דקות, הצלב האדום כבר עושה את דרכו. זה כנראה יותר הטקס לשחרור המחבלים שלהם. אנחנו מאוד מקווים שיעמדו בלוחות הזמנים. אנחנו רוצים שזה יקרה כבר בשעה 8. הפעימה הראשונה, לא, יש לנו רק עוד 5 דקות לנקודת השין. מה שנקרא, בואו נחתום על הזמן הזה. את המחזה מאחורינו, אלפים שנמצאים כאן בכיכר, במחזה מאוד מאוד בצהריים לשחרר את כולם, ולכן לא נשאר הרבה זמן, כך שנראה שעל פניו גם העובדה שהוא קורא חצי שעה לפני השעה 8 לצלב האדום להגיע לנקודת החבירה, מפרסם את רשימת 20 החטופים החיים שאמורים להשתחרר, כך לפחות לפי מה שהוא אומר. זה נראה שהוא לגמרי הולך לכיוון של לעשות את זה בזמן הקרוב, את הפעימה הראשונה, ולאחר מכן את הפעימות האחרות, הולכים ומתקרבים לרגע. צריך גם להזכיר שאחר הצהריים הם אמורים להתחיל להחזיר חללים, שלא נתעלם מהעניין הזה. כן, אנחנו עדיין בשלב שהצלב האדום נמצא בדרכו לנקודת החבירה. אנחנו מקווים שזה ממש יקרה בדקות הקרובות, כך לפי לוח הזמנים המקורי. ואת מדברת עם משפחות, יולן. כן, המשפחות ברגעים אלו ברעים, מתרגשות מאוד. אני יודעת שהאנגרסט, ההורים ענת וחגי נמצאים ברעים, האחים נמצאים באיכילוב, ממתינים למתן, ונאמר עוד שמלבד אלון אוהל, אנחנו לא יודעים על מצבם של האחרים לפחות. אין תיעוד מעודכן שלהם מהחודשים האחרונים. יש כאלה שלא פורסם תיעוד בכלל בשנתיים האחרונות, לדוגמה כמו גלי דזיבי או איתן מור, שרק התקבלו אותות חיים מחטופים שחזרו. אז יש
I will be with you right now, guys. I'm just making sure the stream is set up okay.
וגם מילה על המשפחות שקיבלו עדכון שזה יהיה בפעימה השנייה. יש גם חשש מאוד גדול בקרב המשפחות הללו. הן ממתינות לראות כיצד ייראה השחרור ומקוות מאוד שזה יתבצע לפי התוכנית. ושאבו פנים לגבולם, זה הולך לקרות. יונית, אנחנו מחכים במתח בנשימה עצורה יחד איתך. תודה רבה. לשניכם, ניר, זה ממש אמור לקרות תוך כמה דקות, ככה שאנחנו מבינים. נכון, הצלב האדום. אני יכולה לדווח שהחמאס והצלב האדום נפגשו בעזה. השחרור קרוב מתמיד. ממש אוטוטו. אנחנו לא נושמים, אין אוויר. ועוד רגע קורה. והם ימסרו. אנחנו נוכל גם להגיד אינדיקציה ראשונית למצבם של החטופים הישראלים. אנחנו עדיין לא יודעים לומר את זה. יש מודיעין, יש שמועות, יש הרבה מאוד דברים, אבל אנחנו לא יודעים לומר בוודאות, ואנחנו צריכים להמתין גם לנקודה הזו. והדבר השני שהוא חשוב, זה אנחנו לא יודעים...
All right, cool, guys. I think we're good to go. Hey, Sharon, I've just got the chats open. Sharon, I think they're doing it in 2 separate areas, if I'm not mistaken. One is happening soon, and then the other one is about an hour later. Guys, just let me know if my audio is okay and if you're all good with the audio so far. You can just let me know in the chats. I'll be checking that every now and then. So hello to Sharon, Renee. Thanks for commenting in the chat there. So I wanted to share, let's just share this with you. So these are the just share that with you. So I believe, according to open source intel, which is quite a big account on X, these are as far as I know, the 20 hostages that will be coming home alive. It looks like they're all men. So you can just have a look at that list there. Very young guys, a lot of them 21, 20s to 30s, 20s to 30s, 20s to 30s. So very young. And yeah, guys, 730 plus days in Gaza with all of that war going on as well. And very likely starved. I'm sure you've seen the images of the one hostage that came out and severely starved. So they haven't been looked after. And I do know as well that there are concerns now that Hamas may actually be overfeeding them, to kind of fatten them up for the release, which is very bad and can actually lead to death. So let's just hope everything goes well here today. I'm going to search for a few more stories for you. For now, let's cross back over to Hostage Square.
טיפול רפואי מיידי לאחד מהחטופים או ליותר מהם עד לנקודת החבירה עם צה"ל. בכל זאת יש נסיעה של 10 דקות, רבע שעה. אם יש מקרה בהול שידעו לטפל בו מיידית. לא בטוח שיהיה צורך בכלל לעשות בזה שימוש, נערכים לכל תרחיש. זה הולך ומתקרב, זה אמור לקרות תוך כמה דקות ממש. השנתיים האלה של הקרע הלאומי המתמשך, אצל אינסוף גבורה, שנתיים ששנים לנצח את משעים, וכל זה הולך להתנקז לשעות הקרובות, בעיקר לדקות הקרובות, והמשפחות לא היו יכולות להיות במתח יותר גדול, מיכל אנחנו איתך.
All right, guys, so I've got a little bit of an update here. So this looks like Red Cross basically preparing to receive hostages there. You can see their vehicle there. So there's a bit of an update on that for now.
הם לא היו זה עם זה, אנחנו יודעים על מצבם שהוא לפחות ממה שהחטופים
את כולם! את כולם! את כולם! את כולם! את כולם! תמונת הניצחון היא החטוף האחרון! תמונת הניצחון היא החטוף האחרון!
So just another post here. I do need to be careful what I show you on X. As you know, sometimes you can get some sort of overly violent stuff that shows up here, so I have to be careful. From open source intel, Hamas and the Red Cross met in Gaza City. The release is expected at any moment. I'll be sharing all of these stories from good sources as they happen on X, so you can stick around for that, and I'll share everything I can here on YouTube.
נכון. אני יכול להקריא לך הודעה שכתבתי אתמול לאפרת, אם תרשה לי, לגבי המקבילות של איתן ומה שמסופר בספר בראשית על יוסף. שניהם התחילו את הדרך הקשה שלהם בתוך בור. יוסף נקלע לתוך בור, שהאחים שלו זרקו אותו, איתן נקלע לתוך בור שהוא החביא שם גופות של יהודיות. שניהם ישבו שנתיים בדיוק בבור, איתן במנהרות ויוסף במצרים, ואני מקווה ששניהם, יוסף כבר הגיע לגדולות, אני מאוד מקווה שאיתן יגיע לגדולות בזכות המקום הנמוך שהוא היה בו.
ואיתן בזכות מסע הגבורה אנחנו רואים הבוקר הזה שבעזרת השם הוא חוזר כאן בישראל. תודה רבה לך ברגעים המרגשים האלה, ואנחנו ממתינים פה בבית המשפחה. יש פה...
All right, guys, I've got some breaking news here. It looks like the release has begun. I'm just going to cross over to this tweet quickly and show you this. This is from quite a big account, so they are very trustworthy. Let me just show that to you. So, breaking, the Red Cross announces that the release of the hostages has begun. Guys, I'm going to cross over to some footage here from I-24. Just let me know if the audio here is right for you.
Eunice right now, but we are really in crunch time for these hostages, expected to be released now.
Thanks, Renee. This is live from I-24. So,
Qatari TV is saying that Hamas.
guys, just let me know in the chat if the audio here from I-24 is good for you, Renee and Catherine, and I will keep this playing. Just let me know if the I-24 levels are good.
City, which is in northern Gaza. So really, we are seeing these two batches expected to taking place more or less simultaneously. But Nicole, there are Israeli hostages being handed over right now to the Red Cross, and these and we can see that in Hostages Square they are very aware of this, and they're celebrating this wonderful moment that the Red Cross is currently receiving the hostages, 10 hostages in northern Gaza and Gaza City. These hostages are no longer in Hamas captivity. They are still in the hell of Gaza Strip, but 7 of them have been handed over to the Red Cross, beginning their long, or not too long, journey towards Israel, but really their long journey for recovery and rehabilitation.
And that is the most important, Ariel. You said it in our earlier broadcast, but even...
All right, guys, quick note here. I do have that confirmed that 7 have been released so far.
Because we know from some of these past releases, the hostages, in anticipation, Hamas brings them out of these tunnels. They're actually above ground, some of them for the first time in months. They start getting a little bit more food so that Hamas can say they started feeding them more properly, and the images aren't so grotesque. But that does not diminish from the reality that they have lived for the past 2 years, 738 days in Hamas terror captivity. Yet the worst part is over, and this is truly a new day, 8 a.m. here in Israel, a new day for these hostages, for these families that are gathered right now in Raim military complex in southern Israel, waiting anxiously for these first moments when they do get to reunite with their loved ones. Just a quick walkthrough of what we should expect as well, because this is just the beginning inside Gaza, Ariel. Then they're transported to the Red Cross. They undergo some psychological evaluations once they're actually handed over to the IDF. What do we expect following this moment?
Right, so I will just explain this moment that we are in because it is so dramatic. We cannot see this on the screen right now because this is in Khan Yunis, but in northern Gaza, in Gaza City, 7 hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross. We're talking, I think we have the names here now. Okay, we don't have confirmation yet of who the 7th one is, but you said the names of the 6. So in northern Gaza, 7 hostages were handed over to the Red Cross. Once their identities are confirmed by the Red Cross officials, they will then begin a short drive towards Israeli forces inside the Gaza Strip. That's when they will be handed over to the IDF troops. The first time they see Israeli soldiers in over 2 years. Some of them didn't see any soldiers on that horrific, dreadful day of October 7th. They will undergo an initial evaluation. We'll hear Hebrew spoken around them by the majority of people surrounding them, and then they will be taken to the border, to the Re'im absorption center.
And the fact that many of these IDF soldiers, these psychological experts, unfortunately, they have done this before. They have a process of doing this. They've handled past former released hostages. This is not the first time that they are dealing with these captivity survivors. And as unfortunate as that is, they've also learned each time about what these released hostages might be wanting first. Even as you mentioned, just a friendly, kind smile. Now they're meeting with women, actually, because they realize that is what's best for many of these hostages to see first, a warm embrace, almost a motherly figure before they're then transported to actually meet, many of the times, their mothers themselves, these families that are currently at Re'im. And I think that's also important to touch on, just the lessons that we've learned. This is the third and hopefully final release we will ever be reporting on right here on I-24 News.
It could even be.
All right, very quickly here, guys. I have 7 names here from a reliable source. The 7 hostages transferred to the Red Cross: Itan Moore, Gali and Ziv Berman, Matan Angrist, Omri Miran, Guy Gilboa Dalal, Alon Ohel. So those are 7 names that we have so far. I'll be back with more on that.
And to really begin the long road to recovery. So we are seeing that in northern Gaza, 7 hostages have been handed over to to the Red Cross by Hamas. We're talking about the 6 hostages that we talked about earlier. We're talking about Matan Engest, Eitan Mor, Gali and Ziv Berman, Omri Miran, Alon Oel, and Guy Gilboa Dalal. These are the 7 hostages, living hostages, who have been handed over by Hamas to the Red Cross, and they are no longer in Hamas captivity, these 7. We're talking about 7 out of 20, no longer in Hamas captivity. They are being transferred to Israeli forces inside the Gaza Strip, counting the moments until they'll be able to see their loved ones in Re'im. Now, we talked about this earlier in the broadcast, that Re'im is the site of the Nova Music Festival, where a large number of the hostages who are being released today were taken captive from, but today they are going to have the complete opposite experience there, of rather being stolen from their families, their freedom, liberty, and safety taken away from them in the most brutal manner you can imagine. They are now going to enter into the loving embrace of not only their family, but really the entire people of Israel, who are either at Hostage Square or watching this from their homes today. This is
or in
such
Re'im, lining the streets to welcome them home. We have people that have been standing there since dawn, as the sun was rising, wrapped in the Israeli flag, just to try and show them some sort of a glimpse of the Israeli public that has been cheering them on as they are transported out of Gaza to Re'im. Just these 3 images that you're looking at on your screen right now. That top image is from southern Gaza's Khan Yunis. Once again, the 7 hostages that have been released. This is from northern Gaza, so it seems that possibly the next group of hostages will be released from Khan Yunis, as it looks like Hamas is preparing some sort of a release ceremony, even though they promise not to. Then on the bottom left, these are the joyous images in Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. Truly, you can tell that they're hearing the news for the first time, that 7 Israelis are coming back home. Bring them home. That is the motto right there in Hostages Square. And well, now they are coming home, Ariel.
And Nicole, it's not just at Hostages Square in Re'im, but as we've seen during these releases.
All right, guys, I have a bit of footage here. I'm not sure if they showed this on I-24, so I'm going to show it here anyway. This is Hamas.
جثث قضية يعني مهمة، ولكن ليست بحساسية الأحياء، ولكن إسرائيل تصر
Sorry, that was a bit loud.
لأنها لم تربط
This is Hamas arriving at handover point in northern Gaza.
وتشخيصهم، لأنه هي تستغرق وقت.
طيب كيف نفهم هذا الإصرار الإسرائيلي الآن يعني على ورقة الجثامين؟ هل تعتقد بأن إسرائيل قد تستخدم ورقة الجثامين في مرحلة مقبلة كورقة تفاوض إضافية لتحصل على المزيد من التنازلات في المرحلة الثانية فيما يتعلق بمسألة نزع سلاح حماس، خروج القادة إلى غير ذلك؟
لا، هو الحقيقة أنه
just a bit of footage there, crossing back back over to I-24.
This is something that cannot be understated. We've heard once again from past hostages. This is the first time many of them are getting out of the cages, the tunnels underground where they have been kept for months on end, seeing daylight, some of them.
To the 20 plus of you that are watching, if you don't mind, please give the stream a like. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks.
Has done to them in captivity. However, it does indicate that this is the beginning of their road to recovery, and they will be recovering here. Not only the physical recovery, as that initial assessment is normal and satisfying, but one can't even begin to look at the emotional toll that this has taken on them. That's why there are all of these psychologist teams on standby. They're the first ones to greet them, and that also for many of the hostages, well, I have to say that's the longest part, but also many of the former hostages say they have not been able to recover because hostages have still been there. So this is the beginning of the recovery for the released hostages today. It's also a beginning of truly the recovery also for the former hostages that have been released for months now.
Nicole, it's not just that. It's we see that the released hostages, they've really formed a support group, like a family. And what I expect we will see now is, first of all, many of...
I want to share this footage of the beachfront here with a thank you Trump message. I think it's pretty cool. So obviously this is in Israel, and I believe we are expecting Trump there very soon as well, early this morning if I'm not mistaken. So some footage there from Israel.
Emotional strength coming from the families of the hostages, the unity, the brotherhood, standing side by side, supporting each other. So this is something that we're also seeing among the hostages themselves. And so this is really, really remarkable. Yeah, we're seeing further confirmation of the hostages, the 7 who were released in northern Gaza. They are minutes away from from being handed over to Israeli forces. And according to Al Jazeera, the release of the hostages will be completed at 10 a.m. That is an hour and 3/4 in the southern Gaza Strip. So these images that we're seeing right now, the top frame, that is in Khan Yunis. That is where the completion of the handover of the Israeli hostages from Hamas to the Red Cross will take place. But as I mentioned about the first 7 who have already are no longer in captivity, and they are in the vehicles of the Red Cross, and they are just moments away from meeting Israeli forces inside the Gaza Strip. And you can see the celebration. Every family has their own area, but they're all one big family.
This is
They're
the
in
Berman
Hostages
family
Square.
right now.
Wow, they went a bit louder, the audio there. Okay, I wanted to share just a schedule for this morning that I've just got on X here. So timeline of events for October 13, 2025, 6:30 a.m. Highway 1 closes ahead of U.S. President Donald Trump's visit. 8 a.m. First round of expected hostage handovers between Hamas and the Red Cross. 9:20 a.m. U.S. President Donald Trump lands at Ben Gurion Airport. President Isaac Herzog, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and Sarah Netanyahu will greet Trump upon his arrival. 10 a.m. Second round of expected hostage handovers between Hamas and the Red Cross. 10:15 Netanyahu will meet with Trump in his office at the Knesset. 10:45, the Netanyahus and Trump will meet with the families of hostages at the Knesset. 11 a.m., Trump, Netanyahu, Knesset Speaker Amir Ohana, and opposition leader MK Yair Lapid will address the Knesset plenary. And 1 o'clock, Herzog and Netanyahu will accompany Trump to Ben Gurion and bid him farewell. So just a bit of an agenda for today.
Hostages have proven over these past 2 years is that they have become maybe against their will or they didn't plan it, but they have become one large family and really supporting each other, helping each other, rejoicing with one another, but also consoling and supporting one another when when the moment arises. As you mentioned, the 7 hostages who have already been handed over to the Red Cross and are about to join Israeli forces inside the Gaza Strip. Their health condition is described as normal, but they will still undergo medical evaluations in Re'im, and obviously they will be spending a few days at least in the various hospitals in central Israel. Obviously, everyone according to their condition.
Right, very quickly, guys. I have just a post here that says the 7 released hostages are in the hands of the IDF. So we should hopefully be seeing some footage of that soon. Stay tuned.
We've been waiting so long to report this joyous and happy news, and we can say that not only are they no longer in captivity, but they are in the hands of Israeli forces. 7 out of the 20 to be released today.
Okay, there you go.
A third, they are in the hands of Israeli forces. They are also going to receive the initial embrace of the troops, obviously, and we are anxiously anticipating the release of the other 14. Now, Hamas coming out with a statement right now, the Qassam Brigade, saying that they remain committed to the time frame of the release of the hostages as agreed upon under the Trump plan. And so that release took place in northern Gaza. These images that we're seeing on the screen right now, those are preparations for the release in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. If Hamas was committing to not hold a ceremony, that is not what we're seeing on the screen right now. I know in the past the Israeli authorities have voiced their discontent to the mediators for Hamas breaching the terms of the agreement, even though I just read a statement by Hamas saying that they remain committed. So that just, once again, not that we needed a reminder that you cannot believe a word that comes out of Hamas, and you have to have mediators involved. You have to have guarantees, and luckily for Israel, it managed to garner the support and guarantees of the United States. But we're seeing that whenever Hamas can do as it pleases and use its psychological warfare, it will not shy away from that opportunity. But also, fortunately, that is no longer the case for the 7 who have been released. They are no longer going to be touched by Hamas, going to be imprisoned by Hamas, going to be tortured, starved by Hamas. They are now in the protective hands of the Israeli Defense Forces inside the Gaza Strip. After a short medical evaluation, they will be driven in a military convoy to the border, and then will make their way to.
All right, by the way, guys, just quickly, I have just some news here. The remaining 13 hostages will be released by Hamas at 10 a.m. within the area of Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. But this is according to Al Jazeera, so I'm just letting you know. Okay, that's what I have for you there.
Father, actually, of Omri Miran, just yesterday, when he talked about this 24-hour waiting period, he said, 2 years I've been waiting, and it's been hell. These 24 hours, I'm finally waiting, and it's positive. He says, I can continue to wait because I know good news is on the way. And now his son is right now in the hands of the Israeli military on his way to Re'im. And so that gives you chills, truly, to think about these 7 hostages. Once again, I just want to read their names, the ones that are in the hands of the Israeli military. We're talking about 25-year-old Eitan Mor, 28-year-old twins Gali and Ziv Berman, 22-year-old Matan Angrest, 48-year-old Omri Miran, and 24-year-old Alon Ohel, as well as Guy Gilboa Dalal. These are the 7 hostages that are currently in the hands of the Israeli military, safe hands for the first time in more than 2 years. Once again, the images that you're looking at on
Thank
your screen
God.
right now, the top one being Gaza, southern Gaza's Khan Yunis, as they are waiting around 10 a.m. Israel time. It's currently 8:24 Israel time, 10 a.m. Israel time. That is when they are expecting for this next release of hopefully the remaining hostages. On the bottom left, you're taking a live look at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. Some of these joyous yet emotional scenes as well in Israel. And then on the right hand, you're taking a look live at Re'im. This is one of the military helicopters that is expected to transport these hostages, former hostages, to hospitals throughout Israel. They are being expected to be released to 3 different hospitals throughout Israel, where they will continue to receive proper medical treatment, where more of the family will be there to greet them, and many of the family members have also been decorating these hospital beds, these rooms, where they will be able to actually see some of their own personal belongings also for the first time in 2 years. So this is truly everything that is unfolding right now. Also, just a reminder, this is the main news. This is the highlight. This is what we are reporting on today. But side by side, there's a major diplomatic visit that is happening also at 9:20 a.m. U.S. President Donald Trump is expected to land in Tel Aviv at Ben Gurion Airport. As many of the Israelis all say, this could not have happened without him, without his 20-point peace plan. At 9:20, he lands at Ben Gurion Airport. Very quick trip, 3.5 hours. That's all the U.S. president is here for. Then after that, a quick meeting with the Israeli President Isaac Herzog and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset. 10:45, that's when he's expected to meet with some of the hostage families. They are eagerly waiting to thank the U.S. president for his work in this. 11 a.m., that's when we are expecting for the U.S. president to address the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset. Many people eager to hear pretty much his victory lap that he's doing here in Israel, thanking the people of Israel who have also supported him every step of the way, just as the U.S. president has supported Israel every step of the way in making sure they could get this deal done. And that's about it for the U.S. president's trip. Before 1 p.m., he departs to Egypt, and that's where a lot of the legwork begins as far as the actual peace plan, the talks in Sharm el-Sheikh to get the rest of this plan in motion, because today this is the hostage release deal. This is what is so important to Israel and Israelis. But the peace process, that's where some big questions remain. We'll focus on that later. But Ariel, right now, the main news of the hour is this joyous news that we can report on, but still waiting as far as the remaining living hostages to be released.
Yeah, Nicole, you're describing events that only in the Israeli news cycle can you have so much news going on in such a short period of time that we actually have to say, oh, that's later in the day's problems. Today, we are only sticking to the good news, the joyous news of what is happening right now. So 7 hostages are still inside the Gaza Strip, and they are approaching or making their way towards the border with Israel. You know, you talked earlier about the father of Omri Miran, who's saying after 2 years, only the past 24 hours, does he have some spark of positivity. And I think, you know, obviously for him, it is as visceral as it can be, but this is really the story of the entire country, of entire Israeli society. Speaking to Israelis, you really feel that a weight is starting to be lifted, that we can suddenly breathe easier. Obviously, this process will not be fully complete until all the 20 living hostages and the 28 bodies of the hostages are returned, but we are making a significant step in that direction. Really, the longest day in Israeli history, October 7th, is still ongoing as long as there are hostages inside the Gaza Strip. Once they return, they will be able to begin the long road to recovery. Those who were murdered in captivity or whose bodies were snatched by Hamas and other Palestinian terrorists to the Gaza Strip, they will be laid to rest in an honorable manner with their families, their loved ones present. But really, this open wound that has been ailing the entire country for these past 2 years. We all knew that it couldn't be done. We couldn't recover from it as long as there are hostages inside the Gaza Strip. That is changing every minute that we are talking right now. It has already changed for the 7 hostages who have been handed over who have been released inside the Gaza Strip, and that will also be the case for the remaining 14 living hostages who are going to be released today. That is the case for their loved ones, but really this is the story of an entire society that has been holding its breath for 2 years, supporting these families, taking to the streets, calling for their swift release. And now it may not have been swift, but it is happening, and we are today going to end this day, or even when we make it to the next news item on the agenda, when Trump arrives, by then all the hostages
in under
will
an
have
hour
been
now,
released.
I want to say in 50 minutes, that's when Trump is expected to land, and so everything moving so quickly. Ariel, you touch about this feeling of...
All right, guys, I've got some footage here. So, video of hostages leaving the handover point. Let's just take a look at this. Give you some audio here. You can see the Red Cross vehicles there. Yo, guys, my heart is pumping. I don't want to lie. I just want everything to go well, you know. Right, so there's a bit of footage of the hostages leaving the handover point.
1,918 Palestinian security prisoners who are going to be released today. 250 of them have been sentenced to life in prison or to prolonged sentences. We're talking about really mass murderers, some responsible for the deaths of dozens of Israelis. The thing we need to understand about the way these Palestinian terror organizations work is that the periods in the prison is part of the training process in these organizations. You're a part of the youth of the organization, you're indoctrinated, you participate in low-level terror attacks. Then when you're of prime adult age, they use you to carry out attacks, and then once they are imprisoned, if they survived, then they continue the indoctrination inside the Gaza Strip, so inside the prison, sorry. So we are not talking about prisoners who have undergone a process of rehabilitation, of perhaps rethinking their ways of life. These prisons have become
just make sure you stick around with me, guys. I'm going to be for as long as I can. I think I'll probably just keep going till the second batch of hostages is released. So stick around. I'll be streaming I-24, so you'll have this good coverage from I-24, and then I'll be throwing in some good news stories from X. So make sure you stick around. I'm going to be here for all of this. Okay.
Turn to terror activity in one capacity or another, and this is what raises the complexity of this moment, that we are not receiving our loved ones free of charge.
So just make sure you stick around for the stream. We'll have I-24 on. I'll be sharing some good posts from X and everything. And guys, if you like, share some encouraging comments for Israel and the hostages, and I'll put them on the stream as well.
Open threat that could find its way back to harming Israel. Yahya Sinwar, the mastermind of October 7th, he was in Israeli prison system for a decade and a half at least, and he was released in the Shalit deal, and he orchestrated the most horrific attack in Israel's history. So there is always this concern that Israel could be releasing the next Yahya Sinwar, but this is not happening in a security void. The Israeli security establishment throughout this war has said that it will know to not only keep tabs on these released prisoners, but if they re-engage in terror activity, it will take action as it has in the past, but obviously making a concerted effort to be more vigilant in the wake of this release. This is the heavy price. Israel's been paying this heavy price. It paid the heaviest of prices on October 7th. It has been paying a continuous price for these past 2 years, and today a bittersweet moment here with Israelis receiving their freedom once again, returning to their families, but not free of cost. Israel paying a heavy security price for the return of its hostages, of its countrymen. But this is what Israel does. Israel was forced into this situation, but Israel has proven time and again that it may not be fast, it may not be easy, but Israel will not forsake its countrymen who are taken captive, taken hostage, whether from their beds in their homes in a kibbutz, whether from a music festival celebrating life, or from their tanks positioned along the border. We're talking about, there were only on October 7th, there were 3,000 Hamas terrorists and 3,000 other Palestinians who stormed into Israel. There were only 13 tanks deployed along the border. Not all the crews made it, and we are very happy to see that those who survived the harshest of conditions in captivity are returning home. But again, all this now without a very heavy price.
Beautifully said, Ariel. We'll be coming to you for so many more updates throughout the day. We're going to give you a quick break now, though, because we do want to see also side by side what's happening at the Israeli parliament. Once again, U.S. President Donald Trump is set to be landing in less than an hour at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv before he heads over to the Knesset for some meetings with President Herzog, Netanyahu, as well as some of the hostage families themselves. And that's where our I-24 News correspondent Beleg Sladin is joining us from. Beleg, what do we know so far? What should we be expecting as the U.S. president is set to arrive in less than an hour?
Now to Ben Gurion Airport to meet up with the president to welcome him to Israel. We're not expecting anything or any ceremony in Ben Gurion Airport. The president is going to stay in total 5 hours in Israel, so he isn't rushed to come to here where we are right now in the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. He's going to be welcomed here as well, and of course hold meetings with the prime minister and also the president of Israel, Yitzhak Herzog, who, by the way, this morning said that he is going to grant the president the presidential medal. That's in recognition of his effort to return the Israeli hostages. Of course, President Trump was hoping for a Nobel Prize last week, but that did not happen. Israel wants to grant President Trump its highest presidential medal, and what could be given to the president of the States, of the United States, in order to
Thanks for watching, Alina.
Efforts to
Thanks everyone for watching.
the Israeli hostages and end the war in Gaza. The president himself already tweeting, or at least the White House official accounts are tweeting from Air Force One. Both.
All right, so I've got a bit of footage here that I think we'll share while they are talking there. So this is Israelis are waiting on both sides of the road where the hostages will pass. So we got some footage there. Very exciting. There's no audio here. Wow, guys. I mean, after 2 years, sure. I mean, like I said, my heart is beating here. You just want it all to go as planned. Let's show you this other clip here quickly. Some more footage there. So all there waiting for the return of the hostages to welcome them.
Countries, that's going to be his next goal, and he should be expected to convey a message of optimism regarding this and other stuff in the Israeli parliament too. And I would even say to the people of the world, after 2 years of war, where the focus was here in Israel and Gaza, and now President Trump wants to say that I was the one that achieved this, ended the war in Gaza, brought back the hostages. I'm going to work on lasting peace in the Middle East.
Blake Sladin reporting live from the Israeli parliament. I believe we had a little bit of technical difficulties there at the end, but he will be covering everything happening with the U.S. president's trip to the Israeli parliament as he does address the parliament and give this victory lap that not only he is eager to give, but the Israelis are eager to receive, to hear what he is stating as well. And so Blake will be with us throughout the day, giving us updates from the Israeli parliament in Jerusalem. But in the meantime, just a reminder of truly the top story, the reason that all of our viewers are tuning in right now, the fact that 7 hostages, Israeli hostages, have been passed over, released from terror captivity by Hamas. They're in the hands of the Red Cross. They're making their way towards Israel, hopefully in the coming minutes, hours. We will be seeing some of these emotional reunions with these family members. I'm joined now as well by our senior host and correspondent, Ellie Hockenberg. And Ellie, we're seeing also just some images of this.
Very quickly here, guys. I just wanted to share this as well. All 1,966 Palestinian prisoners scheduled for release on Monday have boarded buses at Israeli detention facilities. That's from Reuters.
Notion of seeing friendly, familiar, kind faces looking at them after over 2 years in which they saw the absolute opposite.
Sorry, not that we care about the release of murderers. I mean, I know the majority of them are murderers and literally terrorists, but just letting you know.
Are able to show their gratitude to the Israeli people. We know that many of them knowing, at least to a certain extent, how much they were fought for, how much the Israeli public is involved in their absence and the pursuit and the struggle to bring them back. On the flip side of it, Nicola's preparations are underway on both sides of the divide, let's put it that way, albeit it is tough to articulate any similarities in this respect. On 1,966 Palestinian prisoners are expected to be released, and they are too aboard buses in the different prisons throughout Israel now, en route to their release, and perhaps the asymmetry here. Convicted terrorists who conducted murderous attacks released in exchange for civilians kidnapped from.
Sorry, their audio is a little bit up and down here. That's on I-24 side.
We are seeing initial images of hostages.
Wow.
There is now, I hope we can bring those images soon, but there seems to be already documentation of some of the hostages.
Let me see if I can see some stuff here.
Is underway. Let's just remind ourselves and our viewers who is, as we speak,
right, I have a first image here.
Their freedom after over 2 years in captivity.
Let me share this with you.
Eitan Mon, 25-year-old from Jerusalem, worked.
All right, they don't seem to be showing the images there, but I'm going to share this with you. So first image of the guy that they just mentioned, Eitan Moore. The first picture of Eitan Moore, one of the hostages released from Gaza, has just been published. So let me just zoom into that for you. So very grainy image, but there's our first image. Guys, I just got goosebumps. Wow. I just got goosebumps. Wow.
Gaza to Gaza on that black
Sure.
Saturday. The
Very
last contact with
emotional.
them was at 10 a.m. that morning, the morning of their kidnapping. There was no sign of life in the show in terms of a video or a picture, as we've seen with other hostages of the two twins. And we also do not know, Nicole, if they were held separately for the entirety of their captivity or not. And we don't even know if they are familiar with each other's states. So Gali and Zivi Berman are expected to be released. And as a side note, Emily Damari was held captive and released already. Posted on Instagram. She's a close friend of the twins, and ever since her release fought for, of course, the return of them all, but specifically her two close friends. So she just released a video sharing her, her joy to see them out very, very soon. Alon Oel with the golden locks, right? The blonde curls and the yellow piano
that's been in Hostages Square
right
since the first days of this.
And his parents requested for a piano to await him at the hospital. We know that Alon was kidnapped also from the Nova Music Festival, was also injured very severely on that day and has been battling this injury throughout his captivity, so his physical state might be challenging very naturally. We might add Omri Miran, 48-year-old. He was kidnapped from his home in Nachal Oz with his family, seeing it in front of their eyes. His wife Lishai spearheaded the battle to bring him back home. Omri has two young daughters.
All right, guys, just in case you missed it, because they don't seem to be showing the image, this is from a reliable account. So, first image, Etan Moore. The first picture of Etan Moore, one of the hostages released from Gaza, has just been published. And like I said earlier, it's a bit of a grainy image, but we can see him just over there. So, there's some more up-to-date news there for you. I-24 doesn't seem to be sharing that yet.
Looking at the moon, they're going to be saying it to his face,
no,
and it gives you goosebumps.
And also Danny Miran, Omri's father, who grew this long white beard. He's known worldwide as the man with the beard. He vowed at the beginning to cut the beard once Omri is home, but earlier this week he told us, no, I'm keeping it, but as a show of resilience, as a demonstration, as evidence of their resilience. Also being released in this first group, Matan Engels, 22-year-old, brutally kidnapped when he was injured, unconscious from a tank in Mutzav Nachal Oz, at the Nachal Oz military base, as he went out with his team to protect not just the military base but the surrounding kibbutzim. So this is the first beat, the first group that is to be released any minute.
We're truly, they're in the hands of the Red Cross. I want to bring in another guest to this conversation as well. We're joined by former intelligence officer in the IDF, Raphael Yerushalmi. Raphael, I want to just state what joy we are feeling knowing that these hostages are on their way to safe territory, to Israel, after 2 years, but still big questions remain, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves as well as we talk about these big questions. I want us to feel the joy, but also be realistic. And as far as your opinion, as we are awaiting these 20 living hostages to be released, the 28 murdered hostages, Hamas still holding their bodies, that's the difficult coming hours as well. In your opinion, just in the coming hours, what do you expect to be the most difficult that could even throw some hiccups perhaps in this deal?
Well, we have to wait until the very last live hostage to be on Israeli soil to finally jump with joy. I mean, I'm jumping with joy like every Israeli today. Boker Tov Israel. It's a historical day, and I think everything is going to go okay, at least for that very first phase. And we always thought that the plan of the Trump administration, whether it's a good plan or a bad plan, it doesn't matter so long as we reach that very first phase and have our hostages back home and have the true picture of victory. Because the real victory of Israel in this conflict is to have our hostages back home. Now, on the way, many things can go wrong still. Even this morning, we still don't have all the hostages being given to the Red Cross, and the Hamas is still insisting on the liberation of certain terrorist prisoners detained in Israel that the Israeli government doesn't want to liberate, starting with Mr. Marwan Barghouti, that is the PLO version of Yahya Sinwar of the Hamas. So they might still, at the very last minute, come up with some kind of a surprise.
Is it not finalized, the list of prisoners that is being released, or is this still Hamas trying to make some last-minute demands, but Israel standing firm and hopefully having the international backing to stand firm on what was agreed upon?
Well, believe it or not, it's not finalized. It was finalized by the Israeli government around 4 o'clock in the morning, because there were last-minute changes, last-minute dealings and wheelings between the Hamas and the Israeli government about the list and who should be, who should not be released. And until this very moment, the Hamas is insisting upon the liberation of certain high-ranking terrorists. This might be just a show. I mean, in the end, they will liberate the hostages and respect the agreement. But you never know with them. They could explode any agreement on the way. They are fanatical terrorists. They are people you cannot trust in any way. They are not rational people. So we have to keep our fingers crossed until we see the very last living. I'm saying living because, unfortunately, for the deceased, we don't think we will see them all back in Israel. And the reason for that is that maybe, I say maybe, some of the deceased people have been mistreated, and the Hamas doesn't want to show their bodies, their corpses, because we will discover what they have endured. In any case, many things are still in the dark. The only light and the only very important thing is that in a couple of hours, we will have all 20 living hostages back home, and the rest is the future.
Yes, we can take it one news minute at a time with everything unfolding so rapidly. In fact, I want to come back to Ellie for a quick update because they're coming. They're on their way towards Israel right now.
Yes, we can say now that the hostages are in the hands of the Red Cross and will be making their way essentially to the handover spot with IDF forces, as in roughly, according to estimations we receive live from the ground, in the coming 15 minutes or so, the hostages, the first group of the hostages will be literally in Israeli hands again, closer and closer to come back home. So as said, they're now beginning their ride with the Red Cross convoy out of Hamas's.
All right, and just very quickly, for those of you who know Amit, I'm also just keeping an eye on his Telegram. So this is from Amit Sarfati's Telegram. Finally, and after delays, the hostages are now on their way to our forces. That would be the IDF. A source on the ground, quote, "We received information that they are in good condition," end quote. So that is hopefully some good news coming through, guys.
Just returning home, the next phase of this deal as well. Just a reminder to our viewers, the IDF is still inside the Gaza Strip, 53% of the Gaza Strip, in fact. And so how does this indicate how Hamas will be able to regroup? Because we are already seeing indications that it is regrouping, but to what capacity if Israel is occupying 53% of the Gaza Strip?
All right, seems this
includes the Philadelphia axis and the famous operational corridors that would allow the IDF to act if needed. If the security of the state of Israel or Israeli citizen is at stake, the IDF can always go back in swiftly. This being said, right now it's more or less a couple of days of chaos that we have to expect, at least a couple of days of utter chaos in Gaza. Right as we are speaking right now, there are intensive fights. There is intensive fighting between the Hamas and what you call the Hamulot, the tribes, the tribal clans of Gaza who oppose the Hamas. They're actually fighting right now. They are like a counterweight to the power of the Hamas, who is trying to take back its grip on the Gaza Strip. But right now, let's say it's in a little cynical way, it's none of our business anymore. It's now the business of the international community, the business of the UN, and the business of Arabic countries that want to rebuild Gaza. And let's hope that it remains their business and not ours anymore. And we'll see how they fare with that problem of the terrorism that is in Gaza, if they can do better than us, which of course I doubt very much. What is important is that we keep a strip of security, no man's land between Gaza and Israel, whereby we can ensure the security of the state of Israel and of its citizens. And let's, in Gaza, happen whatever will happen. And let's hope we do not have to intervene and go back into fighting. Let's others do the fight for us right now. It's the
one step
time
at
that
a
the
time,
international...
it seems.
Exactly. Yet, but also, I conclude with that, but also the international community should take its responsibilities now. It hasn't taken them so far. Now it's their opportunity to do their job.
Needs to step up. Raphael Yerushalmi, thank you so much for being with
Very quickly, just from Ami's Telegram here, just have a message saying that's Amit Farti for those of you who don't know. Families received documentation of hostages on their way back from captivity.
Israel.
All right, just while we're on a bit of a break there, just on the whole Hamas thing, I did say, don't be surprised if after this things fall apart in terms of the deal. They are just very well known for trying to squeeze as much as they can out of a deal, and until it basically falls flat. And then, on top of that, I'm not entirely convinced of them, wanting to completely disarm. They seem to be releasing very vague statements in terms of disarming. So I suppose we will see how that plays out.
So is I-24 News. Starting October 19th, a brand new lineup with exclusive original.
All right, so let's just pause there for 2 seconds here, guys. I'm going to cross over to Hostage Square, and then we will be back to I-24 once they just get things going there again. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on it, I promise. So this is Hostage Square. Don't worry, I will be back with I-24 as soon as they just get through all their ads and their break. I promise I'll put it back on, so just stick around. Right, got a bit more footage here from X here. I'll just show you this. So Red Cross vehicles left the Hamas handover point in northern Gaza and are now en route with hostages to Israel Defense Forces units waiting in the Gaza Strip. So this is newer footage. well, some extra angles there.
الأحمر التي تقل الأسرى الإسرائيليين السبعة للانطلاق إلى قاعدة رعين في الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة لتسلم الأسرى الإسرائيليين ووصولهم إلى عائلاتهم هناك. حتى هذه اللحظة لم تصل سيارات الصليب الأحمر إلى محور نتسريم هنا في جنوب مدينة غزة في انتظار وصول هذه الحافلات، لكن حتى هذه اللحظة لم تصل ولم نرصد أي تحرك جديد لحافلات الصليب الأحمر التي من.
And I also saw I-24 isn't quite back yet, guys. So I'm just going to go back to the live stream here from Hostage Square. Don't worry, I will cross over to I-24 as soon as we get some more footage there. And by the way, guys, I just wanted to also mention that I did see something about Hamas wanting to do like a ceremony for the hostages. And of course, we know that is against the agreement. Last time they basically, paraded them around. They made a huge, basically an event of it for themselves, And one thing I also wanted to mention, guys, is the gentleman on I-24 earlier was, he was talking about basically the condition of all right, we're going to cross over back to I-24 here. Sorry, quickly.
Bring them home. Today, they are finally coming home. 20.
And yeah, so just quickly, he was speaking about the condition of the dead hostages. So in other words, Israel would do like an autopsy on the bodies when they get them. And if you remember, I mean, just absolutely horrific. The stuff that we heard with the two young boys from the Bibas family, Hamas had basically strangled them to death, right? That's what we found out. So just and someone also mentioned why it looks like the majority of the female hostages are dead as well, which is just horrifying. So all right, let's carry on, yeah?
Reunite with their families, but once again, we are waiting for all 20 of the living hostages to be released. The next group expected to be released by 10 a.m. Israel time from southern Gaza's Khan Yunis, as well as the 28 bodies of the murdered hostages. We're going to discuss all of this throughout the hour. Everything is unfolding so rapidly right now. And to discuss it more, we're joined now by former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Danny Ayalon, as well as the former Israeli deputy foreign minister. Danny, what an honor to have you with us.
All right, breaking news here, guys. We have, from what I can see, Israeli media report that the 7 released hostages are in the hands of the IDF forces in Gaza. They are coming home. So we should hopefully be seeing some footage of that very soon.
It is a mixture of so much joy, but also pain for the reality of what could come. Danny, just your thoughts this morning.
Yes, Nicole, it's almost too much to comprehend. I think no superlative can really describe what is happening today, the emotions of all Israelis. I think all our hearts, Nicole, beat as one this morning. And on top of that, all the political, the diplomatic developments with the Trump coming here.
Right, I-24 isn't really confirming this right now, but I've got a second confirmation now from a reliable account that all 7 hostages that were just released are in IDF custody right now. So we should be seeing some footage of that soon. Okay, I-24 hasn't mentioned it yet.
Noting the 2 years after this darkest day of the 7th of October 2023, which was the darkest day of Israel since our independence in 1948. And here we are today, which is probably the most joyous day since our independence. And
sorry, guys, just a third confirmation here from Amit Afati. The 7 hostages are in the hands of the IDF in the Gaza Strip. The families spoke with their loved ones on the phone. Wow, guys, wow.
7, when everybody was holding their breath for the approval of the General Assembly at the UN for the vote for establishing or re-establishing the State of Israel. It was rebirth then of the State of Israel. And we feel the same now. It's a rebirth for all the hostages, for their families, but also for all Israelis, because we were all one. We were all waiting as one big family for them to return. And what a wonderful, great day. What resilience and grit the Israelis have. We never lost hope. Hope is our national anthem. Hope is our, I would say, tradition and heritage for more than 2,000 years.
All right, just while we wait for some footage on the hostages, I just wanted to share this video of the preparations in Jerusalem to welcome Trump. So let's have a quick look at this. By the way, just notice how Israel has no problem, flying the American flag, whereas on the opposite side, you would never see this in Gaza. You might see it being burned, but you'd never see the American flag being proudly waved in most Muslim nations. Right, so just some nice preparations happening there for Donald Trump's visit to Israel.
He has delivered. So I'm sure that Netanyahu, the prime minister, will take advantage of his time with Trump to really deliver Israeli interest and what is our expectation coming out of this conference. And indeed, first and foremost would be the implementation of the Trump's agreement, the 20 points. And for us, the most important thing is the dismantling of Hamas, demilitarizing Gaza, and of
All
course,
right, I think I've got something here, guys.
Their, munitions and all their
right, so this is the advantage of following me. 2 seconds. I think we've got our first conversation here between, I believe, possibly a mother and son here. All right, let's cross over here quickly, guys. Let me just quickly read that for you. The first conversation in 738 days between Inov, sorry for the pronunciation, guys, and her son Matan. So just quickly here, I just want to show you. Matan is this first name here in the top, and he is 21. So this is obviously a conversation between possibly him and his mother, I think. Let's have a look here.
גדול מתן, אתה חוזר הביתה, כולכם חוזרים הביתה, אני אוהבת אותך. חיים שלי, תודה לאל, נגמרה המלחמה, נגמרה המלחמה, אין מלחמה. אתה בא הביתה, חיים שלי, אמא, אתה בא הביתה, אין מלחמה, אין מלחמה, נגמר. חיים שלי, אני אוהבת אותך, אני מחכה לך. חיים שלי.
Wow. All right, guys. So I think we're going to be seeing some more footage soon. So there's a little bit there for you guys. Advantages of sticking on this live stream is you probably get it all before the other places.
In studio, we're also joined by our I-24 News senior correspondent Owen Alterman, Colonel in Reserves, retired Colonel Dr. Jacques Neria, former deputy head of assessment at the Israeli military intelligence, as well as the former foreign policy advisor to Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin, as well as our I-24 News senior Middle East correspondent Ariel Osran. Gentlemen, historic moments unfolding before.
By the way, guys, just so you know, the posts that I do share from X are from very reliable accounts, so big accounts in Israel, etc. Just so you know.
IDF and Shin Bet that the 7 hostages are in Israeli hands. They are making their way now towards the Israeli border to the absorption center in Re'im. These 7 were released in northern Gaza. Now, throughout the morning, we've been receiving conflicting reports. Is these 2 separate releases, 3 separate releases? The first one in Gaza City that is done. There's going to be another one for sure in Khan Yunis. The question is, there also going to be one in the central camps? This is something that Hamas is deciding on the fly, not coordinating in advance, and Israel and the Red Cross have to simply adjust accordingly. But what we are seeing right now is that there are preparations in Khan Yunis for release process. Now, these images are from Gaza City a short while ago. Inside the vehicles are already the released hostages making their way to Israeli forces. We said that they have already been received by them. So those are the images of shortly after the moment they were released by Hamas to the Red Cross. And so now we have kind of a phased timeline, because we have the timeline of the 7 who are making their way now to Re'im. We have the other, and after that they'll be reunited with their families and then taken to hospitals. But we still have another 14 who have not yet been released. They are still in the hands of Hamas, but they're no longer in the tunnels. They're no longer undergoing physical torture. Obviously, emotionally, these are very hard moments. But to my understanding from testimonies of other released hostages, it's these moments that they are encouraging each other together. Some have been imprisoned, have been held hostage underground in the dark, some alone. And so the fact that they are together, encouraging each other, strengthening each other, this obviously...
Sorry, guys, I'm just taking a quick bathroom break. I'll be here in like 1 minute, 2 seconds.
Of their captivity inside the Gaza Strip. Obviously, we are counting down not the minutes, but the seconds until they are handed over to the Red Cross. 7 have already been released. They are no longer hostages. They are in the hands of Israeli forces making their way to Israel. We are still there in the hands of Israeli forces making their way to Israel. We are still waiting for the remaining 14 who either way must be released within the next 3 hours, because that is when the deadline of the deal expires.
There is a timeline. The clock is ticking. Dr. Neria, every minute is crucial when it comes to this. It seems everything is going to schedule so far. Once again, we're dealing with a Hamas terror group. However, when you look at even the events of today, when we're expecting to see all 20 living hostages, as well as in the afternoon, some of the remains of the deceased, of the murdered hostages as well, side by side with some of the Palestinian security prisoners released. Also, Hamas still trying to have some last-minute demands as to who those prisoners are that will be released. What could you see being one of the biggest problems of today, if any?
Well, I don't expect any problems today, because I think that Hamas will stick to the agreement. It doesn't mean that Hamas will stick to the whole agreement. We'll see what happens in the next phase of negotiations. If, according to what we hear, that Hamas has the intention to stay in place and to run the affairs of the Gaza Strip until he's replaced in 6 months' time. 6 months is a long time in the Middle East, and I don't believe that this is going to exactly fit to the aspirations of the Israeli government.
Sure, that coughing.
One thing is sure, is that according to what the President Trump just said from the plane, the war is over. So any hope or any thinking, any thoughts about renewing the warlike effort against Hamas, we just have to put it aside. This is the end of it. How the big question is when the security arrangement will be done in the Gaza Strip.
Right, so I've got a couple of stories for you guys. Let's just quickly get these going here on X. It's just a couple I want to show you here. So we've seen, I showed you the first conversation there between the one hostage and I think family members. Let's just show you this here. So update, David and Ariel Conyo have spoken with their family, their first call since being freed from captivity. So there we can see pictures there of the video call happening there. And then I just wanted to share this with you. spit in the face of Trump. Hamas turned a private hostage handover into a public spectacle, a clear breach of the agreement and a deliberate humiliation of the Trump administration that helped secure it. So here's some images here, guys. So they've what have they set up here? So they've set up a whole bunch of chairs here. So they've done some sort of ceremony here. There's some camera crews there. So they've obviously set up their own little event for this. And just one more photo here quickly. Yeah, so you can see there. So apparently in breach of the agreement, and Israel did request that they did not make a spectacle out of the whole thing. And of course, Hamas just cannot help themselves. And here's a third family call now, guys. So I've shown you two. Another family call, Nimrod Cohen, one of the freed hostages, has just spoken with his family. And there's a picture there of the video call. All right, so let's cross over back to I-24 over here.
Morning. They've been gathered there since midnight for 9 hours at this point, and that's where our I-24 news correspondent Joe Brown is joining us from as well. Joe, the scenes that we're seeing at Hostages Square, one can only describe the images. You're actually there. What is the feeling? What is the atmosphere? As we've seen, it seems thousands of people gathered there all evening waiting for this very moment.
I've been in Hostages Square so many times over the last couple of years, on days in which there have been prayers for some of the hostages, on previous release deals, and in all of them, even in the previous release deals, there was an air of tension, because even though there was a fear that, even though people were happy that the hostages were coming home, there was a fear that they didn't know what state they'd come home in, and also because they'd be leaving so many hostages back. But now, today, with all of the hostages coming out, there is a sense of closure. The Israeli society is broken. It's been broken for 2 years, but the truth is that in a day like this, it comes together. It's beautiful. I was here early on in the day at around about 5:30, and it was completely packed. People were sat on the front row with like sleeping, because they had been camping out here all night waiting for this moment, wanting to share it with the people. I'm going to step out of frame now so you can have a look exactly what I can see with all of these people here. Right now they're showing pictures on the big screens of the family members of the hostages speaking to their loved ones on the phone. We're looking at a picture of Nimrod Cohen right now. There are cheers. People are waiting to see him reunite with his mother, Vicky, his father, Yehuda, who've been so prominent in all of this. This is what the Israeli public needs to see. It's a very, very long healing process, but it's starting to come into fruition now. And
sorry, guys, just on the images that I shared of that ceremony or event that Hamas and them had set up in Gaza, that is for the return of their prisoners. So the murderers and terrorists that Israel has to exchange to get their hostages back. Just so you know.
They don't know. They, in an ideal world, probably wouldn't have ever come across or even thought of. But the truth is, the Israeli society has developed such a strong parasocial relationship with the hostages that these events are what can help mend the Israeli psyche. Of course, there's a lot more to go. Not all of the bodies of the hostages will be released shortly. Some of them may stay in Gaza for a long time. Some of them might even be like on Arad and stay there forever. But regardless, the people here, they are feeling the emotion, they're feeling the love, they are sending all of their support to the family members of the hostages. I've had some very brief words with some released hostages as well, who've been buzzing around the place. It's a beautiful atmosphere, which is something that even on the last couple of release deals, I couldn't say. It's something that can make a grown man cry. I haven't felt like this since West Ham
Very
beat
emotional.
Fiorentina in the Conference League final. It's really heart-wrenching stuff.
Joe Brown bringing us the atmosphere from Hostages Square on this very emotional day. Thank you for that update. I want to just come back here and bring Owen into the conversation as well. Owen, not only hearing from the atmosphere at Hostages Square, we've seen people lining the streets in Re'im as well to try and show these former hostages the glimpse of the Israelis that are welcoming them home. We're also seeing images of some of these family members already getting phone calls with their loved ones who are still captive in Gaza. These are not the released hostages. What are we knowing about this?
It's extremely important, Nicole. We obviously have the 7 hostages who have already been freed as we continue to see these incredibly emotive pictures on our screens. But you're right, even in captivity, and Ariel spoke about this before, the conditions, by all accounts, have improved over the last hour or so. And we have at least 3 hostages in initial conversations with their families. Ariel and David Cunyo, taken from Kibbutz Nir Oz on October 7th in a conversation with their family. And also Matan Netzankauer, whose mother Einav has been such an icon of the movement to free the hostages, in an emotive video call with her as well. And these obviously have been reported throughout Israeli media. So not only with 7 hostages freed, but at least 3 others having initial conversations while still in captivity with their families, as Joe just showed us so beautifully, and that was on our screens, the multitudes convening in Hostages Square. Here we have on our screens the 7 who have already been released, and Nicole, we're waiting, of course, in less than an hour's time for the other 13 to be released, as we also wait, I suspect in a short time, for President Trump to make a dramatic landing on an important visit here in Israel, in parallel to the drama of the freeing of our final living hostages.
Any minute now.
Right, so very important context there, guys. So the images and videos that I shared with you of the conversations happening over phone calls sounds like those are still hostages that are still in Hamas custody or whatever, just so you know.
In 53%. So as Hamas tries to show some semblance of strength in the Gaza Strip, how closely is the IDF monitoring it, and what assurances do they have that they can actually eliminate some of those threats, or is that still the main question?
Well, all eyes are on Hamas today, and certainly the Israeli intelligence services are focused on that, definitely so. On the other hand, we must remember that today in Cairo, a sort of agreement will be signed between the United States, Egypt, Qatar, the Emirates, Turkey, about a sort of arrangement of how to run the Gaza Strip. So this is something that we'll have to consider and see what is expected from this agreement. Certainly, when President Donald Trump is the chairman of this committee, and Tony Blair is bound to be a sort of governor of high commissioner of the area. It means that there will be a lot of limitations on Israel, and the next step will be is that we impose on Israel a further withdrawal to what is called the perimeter, a perimeter about from 500 to 1,000 meters wide that would encompass the whole Gaza Strip from Rafah till the north.
Thanks for watching, guys.
Finally, the Israeli army will be deployed, and this will be, of course, conditioned by the security measures that would be adopted, and the fact that, as President Trump said, and other also leaders that say that Hamas has to disappear. Hamas has to be dismantled. Hamas will not have any responsibility of running the Gaza Strip, and this is the real test of this agreement. And if this happens, then I mean the objectives that were set by the government at the beginning of the war, release of the hostages and dismantling the Hamas, would be accomplished. Right now, this is the big question mark. Let's see what happens. Let's finish first of all the first phase and see what happens in the next one. And it will be very, very complicated.
One step at a time. That is all we can do, especially on days like today. I want to show our viewers also, we have some images of those phone calls we were discussing before. Oh, and I don't know if you want to speak to these visuals now that we have them as well.
Yeah, obviously, emotive images. The Hamas captors called the families and arranged these video calls, not only with the 3 I mentioned, but with a number of others as well. Nimrod Cohen and others as well, and we're hearing the reactions of the families. By the way, Nicole, one of the most emotive calls that I can imagine is with Ariel Cunyo and his girlfriend, Arbel Yehud, who herself had been taken hostage with him on October 7th and freed in the deal earlier in the year. And now being able to speak with him, even though he is still in captivity, of course, shortly to be freed. This is something we have not seen in past rounds of freeing of hostages, but we are seeing it in this case. Obviously bodes well as we again wait and count down the minutes for those other 13 hostages to be released. And of course, for the President of the United States to land here in Israel and go on his way to the Knesset.
Yeah, and the other, this is Vitar David, and the
Just
other image.
coughing and
see
throat
Ariel
clearing.
Cunha
It's crazy.
And
Sorry.
Sylvia Cunha, his mother, said that I received a phone call from an unknown number, so I initially declined it, but then they called again. I answered, and I was pleased to see. So I mean, just this is unfortunately this is psychological warfare on part of Hamas, but for these families, this does give an initial connection that they can reestablish.
Very quickly, guys, I just got a bit more of an update here. So let's just cross over here to X. So first we've got, let's just start here quickly. All right, the IDF Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, is leading Operation Returning Home. So that's what they've called the hostages returning now, Operation Returning Home, from the hostage and missing persons situation room. This is a very significant day. We are succeeding in realizing a key part of the defined war objectives. This is an event in which you have accomplished something tremendous. Together with the IDF troops on the front line, our mission will not end until the last hostage is returned. And then just a second post I wanted to share here with you. Update, second hostage transfer underway. The Red Cross is now en route to the second meeting point to collect the 13 remaining living hostages scheduled for 10 a.m. All right, let's cross back over to I-24 here. All right, so while they have a quick break there, I've got something else that I'd like to just share with you. This is a official statement from the Prime Minister's office in Israel. So let's quickly get that up here for you. Two seconds here, guys. Sorry, guys, let me just bookmark this here so I can grab it here on my laptop. 2 seconds. Sorry about that. First live stream, well, live stream like this, by the way, guys. So let me know if it's going okay for you guys. All right, so let's take a look at this post here on X. Okay, official statement from the Prime Minister's office in Israel. The government of Israel embraces our hostages returning home. Alon Ohel, Matan Angres, Gali Berman, Ziv Berman, Guy Gilboa Dalal, Etan Moore, Omri Moran. Their families have been informed that they have joined IDF forces inside Gaza and will soon make their way back to Israeli territory. The government of Israel, together with the security establishment, the Coordinator for Hostage Affairs, and the Hostage and Missing Persons Directorate, will accompany them and their families throughout the full process of reception and rehabilitation. Israel remains fully committed to bringing home every hostage still held by the enemy, acting with determination and without rest until that mission is complete. And here's a verse from Nehemiah chapter 8, verse 17. And all the assembly that had returned from captivity made booths and sat in the booths, and there was very great joy. Another quote here. Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe, who has given us life, sustained us, and enabled us to reach this moment. Wow, I'm getting some goosebumps there, guys. Let's just see if we've got a little bit more of an update here on X. All right, so just to confirm, guys, these are the 7 hostages that have been released from captivity. So just give you their pictures there. So those 7 over there. So we've got a bit more of an update here. So he's standing on his own. Alon Ohel's family are overflowing with joy and gratitude to have their son back. Very emotional stuff. Let's have a listen, yeah? Shame. Wow. 2 years, guys. 2 years. All right, let me see if we can cross back over to I-24 here. All right, it looks like we've got something going back here again. Right, guys, just some breaking news here that I need to share with you. So, breaking freed hostages, Matan. Okay, so all of their names there, all of them have returned to Israel after 738 days in Hamas captivity in Gaza. Now, these 7 hostages are now on Israeli territory. All right, so we've got multiple confirmations here that the 7 freed hostages are now in Israel. Let's cross back over to I-24. Just let me know if the stream audio is good, guys. I've got a message there from Paul in Australia asking about audio. Just let me know if the audio is okay. Thank you. Sorry, let me just see if I'm getting audio in these other places quickly. Sorry about that, guys. The I-24 audio was working. I just want to see if I can get some other audio here, and you just let me know. Or in fact, let me just do this. I just want to see if this works. So let's just stop sharing here for 2 seconds. And we'll go back to this.
Conquering hero, if you will, after brokering the unlikeliest of deals between Israel and Hamas, and it seems every country in the Middle East and beyond. And here he is.
Yeah, I'm just checking that out for you guys now, guys.
As the hostages themselves are making their way in real time to Israeli territory, and we're waiting for that second batch. But Nicole, going back to the square, I didn't buy an Israeli flag and I didn't buy an American flag. I bought a flag that was a blend of both. A blend of both, an Israeli flag and an American flag together. This is another high watermark for the U.S.-Israel relationship, brokered in an unlikely way by maybe the unlikeliest of presidents to do so, although Donald Trump has always been so loved here in Israel, but now loved really across the political spectrum here, on the right and on the left. Again, a whole country showing its gratitude and its emotion to him on a day like this. And
Thanks,
in
guys.
this
Just
case,
let me
of
know if
course,
that's
very,
good
very
for you
much
now.
well-deserved as Air Force One speeds through the sky, making its way down into Ben Gurion Airport. And I suspect in just a few minutes' time, Nicole, we'll see Donald Trump go down the steps from the plane, be welcomed by President Herzog, by Prime Minister Netanyahu, and then from there, of course, make his way to the Knesset, where he will also get a hero's welcome, speaking before the members of Israel's parliament.
Yes, and just another update. Also, Lishai Miran is speaking over the phone, the first conversation with Omri Miran, who is being released now as we speak. He's part of the first group arriving back home after over 2 years. So we just got the picture. Hopefully we'll get the video soon and can share it with our viewers.
And this is the split screen. This is the split screen on this morning. Right on the left, Israel celebrating the release of the hostages, and on the right, in just a few seconds,
Yep.
Air Force
There
One
it is.
landing in
3,
Israel.
2, 1.
Touchdown.
The 47th president of the United States here to take what I think by all accounts is a well-deserved victory lap.
Well, this is not the first time an American president lands like this. I mean,
Sorry, guys. Just confirm with me that the audio is good now. I think I've sorted it out.
a shuttle diplomacy flying from Cairo to Jerusalem, Cairo, twice and thrice until the agreement was reached. So is I would call this visit of Donald Trump a unfinished business mission. He has to finish the job he has began by, the sort of normalization with Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, or Indonesia, whoever, Malaysia.
This is 3 more years to do that.
He has 3 more years to do it, exactly so. But this is the beginning, and then we have a problem that we have to solve: the problem of Lebanon. How do we take care of Hezbollah? Because Hezbollah is just awakening again and is threatening again. And so these are things that Donald Trump will have to just address. And I believe that this is one of the.
You're actually going to monitor it in like a separate Bluetooth earphone,
I
yeah?
agree with you. We don't know if this is the beginning of the end or the end of the beginning, but it's one of those. And for that reason alone, it's a historic moment as, of course, we see Israel do all it can to give the greatest of welcomes to the U.S. president there, of course, the tarmac, getting ready for the ceremony. As Trump, I suspect, will shortly go down that red carpet and be met.
I will dare to say, though, that if we can define what Trump began just now is redefining the lines of potential alliances, as in marking out the jihadi forces in the regions, the extreme forces in the region as those who are unwanted, and all the rest as those who can collaborate if they will be wise enough to put the differences aside. This is perhaps the differentiation the American president is beginning to make as we speak.
But still some questionable alliances.
We have 3 years in front of us in order to finish the business with those radicals.
That's the big questions that remain, but also the questionable alliances that many in Israel are pointing to that the U.S. president has built in order to make this happen, the main one being with Qatar and with Turkey as well.
And what would be the price Israel will have to pay?
Exactly.
But for now, what Donald Trump has done is he's built the alliance within Israel's own society, at least for this moment, at least on this day. There obviously are dissenting voices, and there will be a number of members of the parliament who will not be there for Donald Trump's speech in opposition to this move. But by and large, as we all know, this is a day that's really, maybe uniquely in Israeli society, but for this moment, uniting the right and the left, as everyone is happy to see our hostages coming home, grateful for the steps that Donald Trump has taken. Maybe the unlikeliest of presidents in some ways to be able to unite all these parties, but nevertheless, someone who has achieved it. As there we see Air Force One make its final approach toward the red carpet. And we see the country coming together now to welcome him with the displays on the ground as Donald Trump came over the Tel Aviv waterfront, over our studios, as we said, and over Hostages Square itself, and now to the more ceremonial and formal welcome that he's about to receive at Ben Gurion.
You know, Owen, we've mentioned earlier in the broadcast, we can see now Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, his wife Sarah, American Youth Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee. I suspect this is also, we were seeing all the dignitaries there awaiting. We've mentioned earlier in the morning, Owen, that for many years there were those who said that should Benjamin Netanyahu run in U.S. elections, he could easily become president. I think that at this point in time, it is very clear that the opposite is at least very much applicable. Trump receiving utmost admiration, consensus wall-to-wall, the Israeli gratitude and appreciation to what he's done the past few weeks of intense diplomacy.
And as Jacques was saying, this may be a fleeting moment. There are obviously a lot of challenges ahead. The 20-point plan, we can go into the text over the course of the day, has a lot of open questions, as all successful diplomatic proposals do, because that's the way you can get the sides to move forward. But there are a lot of real questions and real challenges in Gaza and beyond. But at least on this morning, as we reach the end of the Sukkot holiday and go into a now redeemed Simchat Torah holiday, the holiday that was bloodied on October 7th with the massacres, now in a sense being redeemed by the freeing of our hostages and our captives. And there is Isaac Herzog, I believe, Israel's president, making his way as head of state in Israel to welcome the American head of state, his parallel in terms of protocol, but of course, Prime Minister Netanyahu there to welcome President Trump as well. And there again, we see him on screen with Isaac Herzog as the ceremony gets set up and the stairs go to the plane for Donald Trump to go through that door and walk
we see now Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, and in this respect, Nicole, gentlemen, it is not just the action, it's also the emotions. And in this respect, the sincerity in the American administration's devotion to this topic, the American president himself, the heartfelt, really, it feels as if the American administration's heart is beating with Israel as one. We've seen it in the form of the Witkoff, Kushner, and Ivanka Trump speeches only 2 days ago at Hostage Square. You cannot fake such real emotion.
And look at that, Mike Huckabee standing right behind President Herzog and Prime Minister Netanyahu and their wives. Again, Ellie, you're right. There's a kind of heartfelt sincerity that Mike Huckabee just exudes with every breath here in Israel. But you're right, also Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff.
Sorry, Megan, I'm definitely getting audio on my side. As far as I know, other people are okay.
But nonetheless, I don't think
just double check if it's muted on your side.
Commitment to Israel and to the U.S.-Israel relationship is there. Again, we see Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump there with Mike Huckabee on the tarmac.
And Witkoff,
And Witkoff as well, of course.
I think many people have tried to paint this, especially in the U.S. realm of politics, as the U.S. president trying to end wars. But if you continue to listen to the U.S. president and his administration, their first priority was to return the hostages. And that is exactly what we're seeing today, because you cannot end the war without returning the hostages. So this is step one.
Donald Trump connected emotionally to the issue of the hostages. We saw that over the course of time. He connected emotionally to the hostages, to the families. He was almost stunned in wonder by, there's Prime Minister Netanyahu. Look at that.
What a monumental moment for the nation.
A man not always known for showing emotion, but there we just saw it. But Donald Trump also connecting emotionally to the hostages, the families, almost stunned in wonder by the commitment to returning the remains of hostages. Again, saga that will be
speaking to so many of these family members, at first he continued to say there's 20 living hostages, and that also created some outroar in Israel, stating there's not 20 living hostages, there's 48 hostages. And these family members managed to convince the U.S. president, and you heard the shift in his tone, Ellie.
And this is truly remarkable. And by the way, while we're speaking about more families are receiving phone calls from inside the Gaza Strip. We can mention the family of Bar Cooperstein receiving a phone call. Avishai David, the father of Vitar David, also holding a video conversation with him. So we're seeing more and more of that. And in this respect, the IDF was prepared such an event. The assessment was, or the assumption was, that it will happen earlier during the night, that we will see such phone calls, but it is happening now simultaneously to the release, simultaneously to the...
As always, it seems that there is a problem with the red carpet. It's too short.
It's too
short. I don't want to cut away yet, but I've got some stuff to share with you.
Today, you know what? We'll take it. But Nicole, circling back to what you've mentioned, speaking of the emotional attachment, the emotional devotion of the American administration, we can see the door open. It's really seconds away. A much-deserved appreciation and gratitude wall-to-wall to the American president for what he was able to accomplish.
We'll keep it on here for now. I'll share it after this.
Israeliness to an extent, because the American president was not trying to be cruel by mentioning only 20 hostages, but it took time. But due to the personal connection he has made with some of the hostage families themselves, they also, they were telling us time and time again of texting with Witkoff. This is how close the relationship was. Trump realized that the issue of the deceased hostages is as crucial for the Israeli consciousness as the living one. And again, in this respect, I think that the hostage families were able to transfer the Israeli DNA to the American president. And this is 100% a victory in this respect.
And Elias, again, we continue to watch these incredible pictures and scenes from Ben Gurion Airport as the president, we expect, will momentarily go down from Air Force One. You're right, there was the personal touch that was so special in this, from Donald Trump through Witkoff and to others, in being able to connect with hostages and freed hostages and hostage families and entire Israeli
As we are waiting for the U.S. president to exit Air Force One, we just want to go for a quick update from our correspondent Balig Sladin, who's at the Israeli parliament. And Balig, as the U.S. president is stepping off of the plane, we see the Prime
I don't want to
Minister
cut away.
approaching the
I've
plane.
got stuff to share with you
How
guys.
is the parliament
Sorry, 2 seconds.
Yes, in a few minutes, the Prime Minister and the President of the State of Israel are going to welcome the U.S. President in Ben Gurion Airport, and then make their way together to here where we are in the Israeli parliament. The preparations here are, of course, done, and we are expecting the President to arrive in the next hour or so. Immediately after that, he's going to enter a session with the Prime Minister and also the President of Israel, Yitzhak Herzog, right here behind us in the Prime Minister's office. And then the session in the Knesset is going to convene, where we're going to hear the Prime Minister speaking, and then the head of the opposition, Yair Lapid, is going to give a speech as well, and then the President of the United States, Donald Trump, is going to give a speech as well. We still don't know how long his speech is going to be. It could be, of course, a few minutes, but as we know, President Trump, he also...
All right, let's quickly just cut away. Yeah, I will come back to Trump's feed as soon as I go to it, I promise. I just want to quickly share this with you. So, first of all, now Hamas announces it will release the 13 hostages shortly. And then we've got the next hostage release phase will begin within half an hour. And then very quickly, I just want to share this from BBC. Obviously, some inaccurate reporting here. No, at BBC News, it's not a hostage exchange. One side are Israeli hostages, the other are Palestinian prisoners. If you can't tell the difference, you shouldn't call yourselves journalists. Let's just watch the full screen here.
The signing ceremony of the Gaza peace plan. Our chief political correspondent, Henry Zeffman, is in Downing Street for us this morning. Morning, Henry. So, what is the Prime Minister's job today? What is his part to play in proceedings?
Morning, Sally. Well, look, like so many world leaders and so many people around the world, the Prime Minister will simply be delighted to see what is happening right now in terms of the hostage exchange. But going forwards, I think what we'll hear from the Prime Minister of Egypt today is a focus on what comes next. What does this peace actually look like? And that's what we heard from the Prime Minister as he landed in Egypt last night. He said this: today is the first...
the signing ceremony of the Gaza.
Right, so that's just some not so surprising stuff from the BBC over there. Let's cross back over to I-24.
They are willing to normalize relations with Israel. That could happen even as early as next year, when an Israeli government or a new one, or this one, if it could be accepting some sort of a horizon to a Palestinian state. So this could be, of course, the next step in Trump's plan.
Breaking news, you are watching live images. President Donald Trump on Air Force
Right,
One,
here we go.
coming down the stairs to the red carpet on the tarmac at Ben Gurion International Airport, shaking hands right now with the President of Israel, Isaac Herzog, a warm embrace, and now chatting to the First Lady, Michal Herzog. With me in studio, senior correspondent Owen Alterman. Take it away.
Yeah, you know, Benita, we're watching these pictures and we can't help but remember back to that visit by then President Joe Biden in the days after October 7th. And now we watch President Trump there shaking hands with President Herzog, with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And just think back on all that we've been through, right? Joe Biden then coming on October 18th, just 11 days after October 7th, to comfort a shaken country and a shaken Jewish world. And now we've been through more than 2 years of war. Finally have our hostages coming back. American Jews in the Jewish world have been through their own trauma, seeing what's happened on their campuses and their workplaces, seeing the streets of their own cities taken over. And now we have a president who is not always known for building consensus, but here he has, uniting an Israeli society that has been so divided, uniting Israel and other countries in the region. And one can only hope that he is bringing with him some hope for the future. As I said before, we don't know if this is the beginning of the end or the end of the beginning, but it is a special milestone for all that we've been through to see this president, maybe the unlikeliest of presidents, to have brokered what he has brokered, but coming in his own way on this enormously dramatic visit. And I think evoking in some ways the emotions that Joe Biden evoked when he was here back in October 2023, as Donald Trump now may be bookending this war, Benita, and hopefully delivering us all into the book of life here on this time of our rejoicing.
And such important optics right now as he stands there talking
It's a strange
with
thing to say.
the
It's
Israeli
weird.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Sarah Netanyahu there as well. And we can see the warm embrace, the body language between the US president on Israeli soil. Just over 2 years into this war, this is the man who has managed to secure the unimaginable. He has managed to secure a deal that many never ever believed would happen. And look at this moment, what it means right now for relations between these two countries. You are looking very emotional. Owen, tell us more.
How can we not be? And also, we're struck just in these few seconds. He's having, I think, for the tarmac, relatively long conversations with everyone, maybe suggesting that there still is unfinished business. And of course, we can't escape the split screen on a day like today. We are, of course, welcoming back our hostages. It's now 10 o'clock. It's now about time for that second wave of releases. 13 more hostages, many of whom have already spoken with their families from the last moments in captivity. But of course, the President of the United States landing here in Israel, there with his ambassador, Mike Huckabee, with others there on the tarmac. Again, the unlikeliest of deals, in some senses, the unlikeliest of presidents, but someone who is now winning plaudits, not only from his friends, Benita, but also from his usual rivals. And of course, there with his daughter, a moment of real pride for her, for him, and now on to Jared Kushner, who of course was so instrumental in not only crafting the Abraham Accords, but in coming back, call out of reserve duty, if you will, diplomatically, to help broker this deal as well. But Donald Trump may be bringing hope for a new Middle East, for a new Jewish world, for a new Israeli society, but at least, or maybe not, but at least for this fleeting moment, doing all of the above as he comes and again gets this hero's welcome here in Israel, both the emotional welcome from the ground here in Israel, from Hostages Square, from the display on the Tel Aviv waterfront, and now the more ceremonial welcome from the Israeli state apparatus here at Ben Gurion Airport. And of course, from here, he will go to the Israeli parliament, to the Knesset, to speak and get what we should expect to be a thunderous round of applause from across the political spectrum on this auspicious day.
And of course, when we heard the rhetoric from Jared Kushner as well.
Got an update for you guys coming.
Steve Witkoff speaking at Hostage Square, not to mention Ivanka Trump, and we see them all together on the red carpet at Ben Gurion International Airport. One can only imagine the message that the Israeli parliament is about to hear in the coming hour, not to mention, of course, the whole nation, the whole region watching, and the world. Such an important moment right now in this region, in this war, and frankly, an historical moment. Look at that image, that red carpet, Air Force One on the tarmac at Ben Gurion International Airport.
And he's lingering. Look, he's speaking to everyone. And one wonders if there's still, as I said, business to be done, but obviously greetings to be made. But Donald Trump surely enjoying every moment of, again, this well-deserved victory lap, almost without concern for what the future will bring. Just getting to this moment and getting to this point was such an achievement. Of course, there he is with his partner, not always with the most not always with the most cordial relationship, but always with a solid relationship, we can say, with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And there they are together That pair, one in the red tie, with symbolizing his own movement, the other in the blue tie, symbolizing his own country, of course, flanked there also by Isaac Herzog, Israel's president, and by the honor guard there to welcome him to the state of Israel.
A positive moment, such an important time between these two countries. And as you say, making their way along the red carpet before the president of the United States, Donald Trump, will be addressing the Knesset. And of course, when that does happen, we will go there live, dubbed a well-deserved victory trip. No doubt it will be very exciting to hear what he has to say inside the Israeli parliament. And of course, we'll bring it to you live when that does, in fact, happen. We'll continue looking at these important images, but I also want to welcome to studio Sherry Fine-Grossman, the CEO of the Israel-Africa Relations Institute and member of Forum
I do have
Women.
an update for you guys very quickly. Actually, let me just quickly do it. Breaking: IDF confirms that the Red Cross is now en route to a second handoff point in southern Gaza to receive the next group of hostages from Hamas. All right, so let's carry on with I-24.
To Ariel Osaran for the latest update. Bring people up to speed. We understand that the Red Cross, a very different picture from what we're looking at right now, is heading to go to another receiving site. This is what this day is all about. Tell us more.
Yes, while these images that we're seeing on screen right now are important, are historic, this is the seasoning of the main course of today, which is the release of the hostages. The entire country holding its breath for the release of the remaining 13. According to the IDF, the convoy of the Red Cross is making its way to the location in Khan Yunis where they are going to receive from Hamas the remaining 13 living hostages. And so we can expect within a short hour that this release will take place. Now, following, once they're handed over, then Israel will begin releasing 1,916 Palestinian prisoners. We're talking about 250 with sentenced to life in prison or prolonged sentences for their involvement in the killing of Israelis, citizens, and security personnel, as well as 1,700 Gazans. A significant amount of them civilians, not terrorists, who have been arrested throughout this war. This is the price of the hostage release. And so we're really kind of getting a whiplash here from the first hostage release in Gaza City, now the arrival of President Trump at Ben Gurion Airport. As he makes his way to Jerusalem, there will be the release of the remaining 13 hostages. So really a very joyous day here in Israel, but obviously for the families of the hostages, this is a critical moment, not only for closure, but really ending the longest day in Israel's history, October 7th, until all the hostages are returned. Israel, and of course the hostages and their families, cannot turn the page over that horrific day. We do have to note that while there are 20 living hostages being released today, 7 have already crossed into Israeli territory, 13 expected to be handed over. There are also the bodies of 28 hostages. Some are going to be handed over today to Israel, but not all of them are accounted for. And we are embarking in onto a period of uncertainty, of not a lot of clarity with regards to the outcome of these search efforts that are going to begin shortly after the hostage release and prisoner exchange is completed. But really, until the last hostage, until the body of the last hostage is returned, we are still in just phase 1 of Trump's Gaza plan, a multi-layered plan. But really, in this prolonged phase 1, we are going to see a continuation of the redeployment of Israeli forces to where they currently are, just outside the city centers, a ceasefire, but we are still seeing Hamas in power, Hamas armed, and to that end, we are already seeing inside the Gaza Strip a brutal crackdown by Hamas trying to reassert its control, but ultimately that is further down the line. Today, we are celebrating the release of the hostages and obviously the arrival of President Trump, who in many ways facilitated this joyous day.
And who can escape those incredible pictures of Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump there inside, I suppose, the beast, presumably taking them both up to the Knesset in Jerusalem, where the president will speak, and for that matter, Prime Minister.
An historic moment for both leaders and for both countries, indeed. As you can see on your screen there, Benjamin Netanyahu chatting inside the beast to President Donald Trump. And we were talking earlier about the split screens on this day, the various images, the developments in different parts of the region. Right now, you're looking at live images out of Ben Gurion International Airport. But as Ariel was explaining, the focus right now is on 20 living hostages coming back home where they belong. And if you're just joining us, the first group of those hostages are already in Israeli territory. Matan Angrest, brothers Gali and Ziv Berman, Alon Ohel, Eitan Mor, Omri Miran, and Guy Gilboa Dalal. What a moment knowing that these men who have suffered for 2 years in terror captivity at the hands of evil are now safely in Israeli territory. Shiri, your sense of this moment?
It's an astonishing moment. It's a moment that we all owe to the people who sacrificed so much, who gave their lives, the families of those who gave their lives. There are many injured. Thousands of soldiers were injured during this war, and all for the sake of this moment. We even buried another soldier who just died a few days ago, who said that's all he wants to see, and he missed this moment of utter joy. It speaks volumes for us as a nation. It speaks volumes of our connection with the United States of America, of President Trump's commitment to bringing peace to this region. Having said that, I think most Israelis, the world peace seems such a far away reality. And we just can't believe this. We are hanging on to every shred of hope. We value life. We cherish it. And this is exactly what makes us as a society. It's just a tremendous moment. And I think this theater we're watching with the split screen is exactly what President Trump wanted. He wanted to time this to see the hostages come home, to see him touching down. And from here, he'll go to another historic conference, which will be without Israel, will be without the country is giving everything. In Sharm el-Sheikh, which is kind of astonishing. And for me, doesn't tell a good sign of what's to come. There cannot be a day after without Israel, and without Israel convinced that it's the Palestinian people and all its neighbors acknowledge Israel's legitimate right to exist as a Jewish nation and to live it peacefully with its neighbors. I hope this is a new day, a new dawn. But let's be honest, we're all very, very skeptical that that's the future we hold. We've been so much through the past 2 years. And hopefully this day is really momentous. I'm proud to be part of this history sitting here with you.
You know, Shiri's absolutely right. There's obviously a lot of room for skepticism about the future, but it's just so wonderful to stay in this moment. And you're right, Shiri, this is exactly the screen that Donald Trump wanted to see. On one side, we'll start from right to left. After all, this is Israel. You see Donald Trump landing at the airport. And of course, on the left, the multitudes, I assume that's Hostages Square, here to welcome our last living hostages home. Just a small nuance, but I just love what they did. The rapid response X feed from the White House, which is a terrific way to stay up with what they're doing, tweeted a video of Trump walking down the red carpet with Netanyahu and said, Israel laid out the red carpet for POTUS. So far, normal. But then, you know what they did, Benita, Shiri, Ariel? They added a blue heart.
A blue heart that certainly will be appreciated across the country. And talking about the color blue, you can see the sea of blue and white at Hostage Square right now. So let's find out what it feels like to be there. One can only imagine. I've got goosebumps. Correspondent Emily Francis joins us live from Hostage Square. scenes of jubilation, tens of thousands of Israelis hugging, singing, waving flags, watching all the developments on a giant screen there. What a moment. Emily, tell us more. Describe what's happening there where you are at Hostage Square on this historic day.
It's a very surreal experience that we are literally living history right now. This is a moment that people will learn about for decades to come. We hear about so many historic moments throughout history. This now is really the case and point of the resilience, the hope, the faith that the Israeli people have had through this complete and utter nightmare. As you can see here, the crowds have been gathering since early this morning. Many of us, including myself, not able to sleep last night. This is truly an ebullient experience to witness firsthand, to hear the claps and the crowds as we're watching all of this unfold before our very eyes. Actually, right now on the screens, we're seeing some of the hostages literally still in the hands of Hamas before being turned over to the IDF. They're able to speak to their parents. To one of the hostages, you just heard him say "Akol Beseder," everything's okay, which is really unbelievable given the unthinkable situation that they've been in underground in tunnels for 2 straight years. Also, as we've seen unfold on live television, President Trump is here after his red carpet walk with the Prime Minister and Israeli President Yitzhak Herzog. He is now in his secure vehicle where he will be heading to the Knesset. As this process continues. Similarly, we've all seen the shot of the helicopter standing by in Re'im as the first group of released hostages arrive. They're going to be getting checks. They're going to reunite with their families, and in the not too far distant future, we will be seeing and hearing the helicopters overhead as they are brought to local hospitals throughout the area. So something that is truly an experience of a lifetime that we are all a part of right now, unfolding live throughout the world. I just can't believe that we are here. And the families, once again, never stopped believing, which is one of the most incredible signs of the resilience and the unity of the Israeli people, no matter what side of the political spectrum they're on. It's Am Yisrael Chai, and this entire nation has been bracing for the return of the hostages.
And Emily, we had the privilege over the past 2 years to get to speak to some of the relatives of the hostages. We got to know the relatives of the hostages. And as you say, they fought so hard, and many thought this moment would never happen. So when you hear that Matan Angrest, Gali and Ziv Berman, Alon Ohel, Eitan Mor, Omri Miran, and Gag Gilboa Dalal are safe in Israeli territory, it makes the whole nation collectively smile in a way that we haven't been able to do for a very, very long time. What was the reaction there at Hostage Square when you looked at those images that we're seeing on the screen right now?
Well, you hear it right now. My cameraman, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but right now we see crowds clapping and goosebumps. I guess goosebumps, excitement, disbelief, belief, and it's just one big adrenaline rush, I guess, is the best way you can explain it. It's an adrenaline rush that we know will continue. And like you said, with the families, I've had the opportunity to interview the families, so much over the past 2 years. And, one thing, even when we as journalists, we know what we've been through, having to cover it, having to live through this, while it's so emotional and so personal, is also, an experience that you literally cannot make up. And the fact is, it's the families that have kept all of us going. I myself have suffered with trying not to lose hope. Wow. So once again, we are seeing vertical cell phone videos. You can't see too well, but they unbelievable that the members of Hamas are allowing them to speak. Wow, look at this. Wow. So here we are, and the ones that we're seeing, they look pretty darn good, considering. Obviously, you don't know what their health conditions are going to be, but we are waiting, and the hospitals, of course, have experience now with the prior return hostages. They know what they're looking for. You know, before all of this, we know for the past 2 years, the doctors were saying, we don't know, we've never seen this before. Now they've gotten some real-life experience to be able, wow, oh my gosh.
Correspondent
It's
Emily
absolutely
Francis
beautiful,
at
Benita.
Hostage Square. We can hear the joy in your voice and we can see the joy on the...
Very quick update here. The 7 returnees reached an initial reception point in Israel where IDF manpower, directorate, and medical personnel are supporting them for preliminary medical assessments and family reunions in the Gaza envelope area. Just a bit of an update there.
Process of handing over the 13 remaining living hostages. This does not mean that they have exited the Hamas vehicles and entered the Red Cross vehicles, but it does mean that that process is imminent. Now, what we are seeing throughout the morning, and Emily talked about this, Hamas allowing the hostages of this second round, the 13, to hold video calls with their loved ones, with their families. This is the first time they've spoken in 2 years, and as they speak, they have masked gunmen beside them because they're still speaking in captivity. But what Hamas is trying to do here is trying to do 2 things. One, it is trying to circumvent the prohibition of holding ceremonies. This is their way to show themselves beside the hostages, to show some semblance of humanity, that they're adhering to the deal, that they are, that they're trustworthy. That is one side. But on the other, they are sending a message to their people in Gaza: we are not going anywhere. We are still in control. We will let the hostages speak with their families when we want to. We did not want to for the past 2 years and a few days, so we did not do so. But now we are. So Hamas here in a PR stunt, trying to, on the one hand, circumvent the prohibition of holding ceremonies, which is something that they need in order to kind of counter the prevailing, I won't say narrative, the truth of their brutality, of their inhumanity. And on the other hand, sending a message to their people in Gaza that they are in control. They showed this through weapons yesterday in clashes and a brutal crackdown with various clans inside the Gaza Strip. And they're showing this now through the video phone calls of Israeli hostages to their loved ones.
That's a fascinating point, Ariel, that this is a way of sidestepping the negotiated ban on ceremonies. And it also, you're right, it points to all of the challenges in phase 2 and all the challenges we have going forward.
And a reminder of those evil ceremonies, those grotesque celebrations as hostages were made to walk through jeering crowds, gunmen as well, to get to the Red Cross.
This is definitely an improvement.
This is definitely, but as Ariel is so eloquently...
Just very quickly, so we've seen about, I think, 5 of these phone calls right now. So these are all obviously hostages that are still in captivity. So this is what they were just talking about, where Hamas basically calls the family members and shows the hostages here. And these are kind of the games that they play. They try to play that these friendly terrorists, we look after our prisoners, which is just, of course, not true at all. All right, let's cross back over here. Oh, here we go.
This is one of the 13 phone calls that we've been describing earlier today. Sylvia Cunio, mother of Ariel and David Cunio, she
I've only seen
received
5.
a phone call from an unknown number.
Maybe it's more.
How many of us pick up a phone call from someone we don't know? But they called again, and she answered. And this is the image, seeing her 2 sons. At first, she didn't know what was going on, but obviously then a very joyous moment that they can reconnect on a personal level, even if not physically, through the wonders of technology, albeit in the hands of mass terrorists who are next to them, armed, of course. But you can see these smiles on the faces of the hostages, shows that their spirit managed to triumph all the hardships that they underwent.
Sure. Can you imagine, guys? Yo,
He was in one of the most
2 years.
gut-wrenching psychological warfare videos published by Gaza terrorists. He was so emaciated and in bad health condition that he couldn't even stand up, he said. But now we are seeing him on his own 2 feet. Yes, he's surrounded by Hamas gunmen, but he does seem in good spirits. And this is really something that we've seen consistently from the hostages, that they did not let Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and the other terrorist factions in Gaza break their spirit. They managed to stay strong, to prevail, and once they are reunited with their families and returned to their loving embrace, they will begin the long road toward rehabilitation. But this is, I think, the clearest sign of the triumph of the Israeli spirit, that after over 2 years languishing in Hamas captivity, in underground tunnels, not seeing daylight, not receiving enough food, being tortured physically and emotionally, they did not let Gaza terrorists break their spirit. And with these with this energy that we see from the families that have been storing so much love inside, that just waiting to burst out and to engulf their loved ones once they're reunited, this is the process that needs to happen. And so these phone calls, I think a last-ditch attempt by Hamas to try and employ psychological warfare. But often what Hamas views as psychological warfare, we Israelis take as a reason to be joyous and to reconnect and to talk and to smile. And so they will try and use their nefarious tactics to advance their goals. But as we see time and again, these brave hostages are taking what Hamas is trying to use against them and utilizing it for encouragement, not only for themselves, but for their families and, of course, for all of us.
They might have their own strategy, their evil manipulation, but look at the face of a mother who has spent 2 years not knowing if she would ever see her son again. Not knowing. I get goosebumps just thinking about it, and to think that this moment, they get to speak on the phone, they get to connect, and very soon they will get to embrace one another. Shiri.
Yeah, it's a very joyful moment that comes with a lot of pain. There are many hostages, 28, 24 of them are Israelis, that are not coming back alive. Some are not coming back today at all, that we don't know when they will come to their internal rest. And we know we've heard so many of these family members of deceased, of murdered hostages speak in the last few days in Israeli media, asking to be joyful, but not to pop up with the champagne, and to be respectful of their pain. So many Israelis today are again in this kind of emotional roller coaster where they're happy for those who finally return and to the end of the war, actually. But at the same time, they're very worried that Hamas will be Hamas. Like, we see the things that he keeps on doing and manipulating. And will he return all, will we find all the hostages who were killed or murdered? It's a very important point. Many in Israel don't want another golden family. They want to put this chapter to rest. And I think this is one of the good things that comes out from the deal that, President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, Minister Dermer have been able to achieve, which is staying in a large part of the Gaza Strip, in control of all the cross borders to Gaza, until we get all the deceased hostages.
Shiri is, of course, right. And the saga of those 28 remains of the hostages is going to accompany us. And it's going to be a very difficult policy question for the government to what extent to prioritize that goal as opposed to other goals going forward. But just to stay in this moment as we continue to see the pictures of those phone calls with the families, Ariel is right. The real heroes, the central heroes are the hostages themselves who have come out with such bravery and strength from what they have done. We continue to see that today, and I'm sure we'll see that in the weeks and months to come, as thank God they seem to be in relatively good condition. But of course, the other heroes are the families of the hostages who have emerged as such an important part of an inspiring part of the Israeli scene over the last 2 years. Benita, I'm always struck that it's almost as if there was a social experiment here, that you picked out 250 families at random, almost, gave them a cause, gave them the stage, gave them the charge and the motivation and the emotion, and see what they can accomplish. These aren't people who necessarily were vetted through some kind of structure, through some kind of pyramid, through some kind of organization. Their relatives were simply taken hostage almost at random, and yet they emerged as such a strong, I think, exclamation point.
I'll just show you a bit of this update here. 2 seconds, guys. Got a bit of an update here. So, should share this here. So this is the moment the freed hostages crossed back into Israeli territory just minutes ago. Just zoom in here for you a bit. Sorry about that. So this is from the RDF, by the way, the symbol at the top here. Just watch that through one more time, and then I'll cross back over. So again, the moment the freed hostages crossed back into Israeli territory just minutes ago. So you can see quite a big convoy there. All right, let's cross back over to I-24 here.
To members of the IDF.
Benita, you want to hear something even more encouraging? These images happened a short while ago. He has already, along with the other 6, made it to the absorption center in Re'im, where they're undergoing medical evaluation.
Wow.
And it is possible that in these moments, as we're speaking, they're being reunited with their families. This is really unimaginable. 2 years ago, we were here on October 7th, on that day, not knowing what was going on, and really the skies falling down on us. But now we, as the sun rose this morning and we saw the release of the first 7 hostages, Alon Oil here, one of them, really a reinvigorated sense of hope that we can take a deep breath finally after 2 years, ending the longest day, or starting to turn the page on the longest day in Israel's history, that as long as there are still hostages in Gaza, this day cannot really end. And in order to recover the hostages, of course, and their families, but Israel as a society, this chapter needs to end. And we are ending it right now. We are seeing its end unfold before our eyes. I agree that there's still, it is not going to end today, unfortunately, while there are 20 families who are receiving closure, as well as families of other deceased hostages who are going to receive the remains of their loved ones. There are those who are not going to have that same sense of closure today. And what we've seen in the hostages family forum throughout these past 2 years is the sense of brotherhood and unity and mutual support, that one family's moment of joy and rejoicing does not come at the expense of the moment of sorrow and uncertainty of the others. They each know how to support and celebrate with one another, but also to support and when the news is less fortunate. If there is such news, because today not all the hostages, the bodies are going to return. So this is, throughout these past 2 years, almost every moment like this has been bittersweet, but this is the sweetest it has been since the start of the war. And really, I think entire Israeli society is feeling this right now and rejoicing in these unbelievable images of these hostages back in Israel.
And by the way, at least 2 other hostages, Benita, also putting out their first pictures, Matan Angeres and Gali Berman.
Gali Berman, let's take a look at this image there on your screen. More breaking news. That's a smile. That is a smile from a man who was abducted with his twin brother and has been held in terror captivity for 2 years. Look at that smile. That is a picture of resilience. That is a picture of strength. And that is a picture of the future. We've been talking here in studio about the way the nation is managing to hold joy and pain at the same time. Shiri, there's a picture encompassing exactly that. This is the future of a nation that isn't going anywhere.
Exactly. It's just, it's a very, very happy moment for the entire people of Kfar Aza who are getting Gali and Zivi back, who've been kidnapped from the neighborhood of the young residents of Kfar Aza. I was there a few times. Horrible, horrible pictures that came out of their homes. And now they're finally back. Gali and Zivi were held in captivity apart. We don't know when and if they were together. We know Emily Damari speaks a lot of them, about them, has been fighting to get them back, has been saying that she can't really heal until they're back. We know Sharon Sharabi is also a survivor, was held in captivity with Alon Hoyle that we just saw, and I think for him it's also a great victory. And again, his brother, Yossi Sharabi, was murdered in captivity, and so he's waiting to get the body back as well. So all of them, all of the hostages, all of Israel, all of the families are hanging into these moments of joy. It's very moving.
And Shiri's right, that a lot of the stories of the hostages are interlocked, right? We have Gali Berman, of course, his brother Ziv Berman, also taken into captivity. And Emily Damari, his girlfriend, of course, freed famously without 3 of her fingers in one of the previous deals. And in so many of the cases, hostages freed, and at the same time, members of their family having been murdered.
Looking at that picture, Gali Berman smiling. Moments ago, we saw the picture of Alon Ohel standing, talking, engaging, and as Ariel suggested, just moments after those photos were taken, we can safely assume that they have been reunited with their families who have endured the most unimaginable, agonizing wait for this very moment. Let's find out more. We're now going live to correspondent Robert Swift. He joins us from Sheba Medical Center in Israel. And Rob, Sheba Hospital has treated many hostages on their return from captivity, but these hostages today, and we've looked at some of their photographs already, they've spent this unimaginable 2 years in terror tunnels inside Gaza, tortured, starved. What can you tell us about the preparations in Sheba as we speak?
Yeah, that's right. So Sheba, unfortunately, over the last 2 years has accumulated experience in this area. The hospital has said that it's standing by both with physical and, of course, with mental health care ready. As the hostages arrived in Reim, the first Israeli official that they met was a specialist in hostage liaison who've accumulated experience over the last 2 years. Now that the first 7 hostages are being absorbed into the Reim Center, meeting their families, it's understood at this location here that starts the clock ticking to the point when the helicopters will arrive at this hospital and also at Belinson and at Ichilov, 2 other hospitals in the center of Israel. 2 of the hostages, Ziv and Gali Berman, will be arriving here at this location. And just about 10 minutes ago, there was a bit of excitement here because one of their aunts had arrived at the location as the the time frame for the hostages arriving here gets shorter and shorter. More and more of the members of the family and friends are starting to arrive here to welcome them into this location. Of course, though, it is the medical facilities that are at the forefront of the activity, and the medics have told us that they are ready to absorb the hostages when they arrive.
And certainly from the time they get there, they will be getting the best care possible from now on. Correspondent Robert Swift, live at Sheba Medical Center in Israel. More to come from Rob, of course, in the coming hours. Thank you, Rob.
Benita, there's images right now of the Hamas vehicles alongside the Red Cross vehicles in southern Gaza. The doors in the Hamas vehicles are opening, and so this the handover is of the remaining 13 hostages in southern Gaza is happening right now as we speak. We do not yet have confirmation that this process was completed, but we are seeing this process underway. The remaining 13 hostages are currently being handed over by Hamas to the Red Cross in southern Gaza.
And if you take a look at these live images on your screen at Hostage Square, and you can look at the expression and the anticipation on the faces of people waiting, watching on the big screen for that moment to see the second group of hostages and to know that they are going to be moved, transferred, transported safely into Israeli territory, that their nightmare is soon to be over. We are looking at images of Baruch Kupperstein reuniting with his family. Let's take a look at this moment live on your screen. Let's take a look at this moment as they are looking and seeing on their phone, knowing for the first time that Bar is okay, that he is alive, the family hugging. Let's take a listen to this moment if you can.
I think they might be looking at a phone here, like a call.
הוא ביקש לשלוח את זה לחדשות, לשלוח את זה? יאללה, למי לשלוח? קרה, הם פה. אתה חייב לשתות קצת, נשמה, טיפה.
Can you imagine what it must feel like, this family, to know that the nightmare is over, to know that 2 years of waiting is over? Sometimes there really are no words.
Just going to quickly cross over to let's quickly cross over to another video here that I just want to show you. So just this one here, I don't believe I've shown this. Let's quickly cross over to this here.
חיים שלי, אלוף העולם, חיים שלי.
מה אלקנה, דבר כפרה עליך, דבר.
הכל בסדר,
Just another video there just to read here. Quote, everything is fine, calm down, end quote. Israeli hostage Elkanah Bobot speaks with his family from captivity with a masked gunman beside him shortly before his release. Hamas has allowed Israeli hostages to make video calls to their loved ones on the day of their release. Okay, let's cross back over here.
Days in captivity, and we've been talking throughout recent days, time and time again, with released hostages, and they say those moments of first freedom, these are inconceivable.
And of course,
Breaking news now. We've got new images of Guy Gilboa Dalal. Oh, the number of times we spoke to his family, how they prayed and waited and hoped for this moment. Guy Gilboa Dalal, standing.
Guy Gilboa Dalal, who was in a twisted, brutal Hamas maneuver, was brought to witness the release of fellow hostages long, long months ago, was put in a van alongside his best friend, Aviatar David, to see other hostages released and then being brought back to the tunnels.
It was a level of cruelty that was difficult to
comprehend, truly.
But look at this image right now, because he is safe, and he is back safe in the hands of people who love and care and value life. What a moment. Guy Gilboa Dalal, safe after unimaginable hell. Not only physical, but as we are discussing, the torture, the emotional games.
And you know, we've been talking, of course, to the families day in, day out. I was talking to Guy's father, Ilan, just a couple of days ago when they were, they received a tour of the medical facilities that will await them, giving guidance what they should be expecting to face. And we also got to know Guy. Guy doesn't know us, but we know Guy. We know his, not dimple, but beauty mark. We know his fascination with Japan. Perhaps we'll be able to see the cherry blossom this coming spring. And every single one is an entire world that is being brought back to life now.
And perhaps for people who are watching abroad, for us to explain the joy on the faces that you're seeing in Hostage Square right now. These hostages feel like relatives to people across the nation. Obviously, most of us have not met them, but we feel like these are our family. And look at this breaking news picture. Oh, what a moment.
The Berman twins reuniting. The Berman twins, Gali and Zivi, reuniting.
This is an image of
Look at the
strength.
stun on his
Look
face,
at
the
their
shock.
They can barely recognize
Wow.
each other, I think. This is just incredible.
The
Incredible.
emotion on their faces. 2 years in terror captivity, and of course,
first images of hostages being reunited with their families. Eitan Mor reunited with his parents.
Wow.
We will be able to see these images shortly. Eitan Mor became one of the most vocal representatives of hostage families, demanding their release, but also a fair agreement.
got,
Eitan's father, that is Tzvika Mor, demanding not just a release, but a fair agreement that will safeguard Israel's security concerns. Again, a very predominant.
Very quickly, breaking after 738 days in Hamas hell, a second group of 13 hostages is free. So we have confirmation now that that handover has happened.
images on your screen,
Wow.
people erupting with joy because they are looking at a photograph. This is the moment that families get to touch, hold, embrace their
Wow.
loved ones. It's taken more than 2 years for this moment.
We can also update Benita that at the IDF, there is a new update on the state of the second group of hostages. There too, they're all able to stand on both their feet.
And
here's
there is the
image.
photograph. Eitan Mor with his family. Take a moment to absorb what we are looking at on our screen. Many never thought this moment would happen.
Wow.
This is joy. This is life. This is the future.
They haven't heard from him this entire time, there's some intelligence indication, but there was no sign of life. And it's incredible. You can recognize him. He looks like exactly in the pictures. You know, his mother said, told stories of how strong Eitan is. And you can see from that image how strong he is. You can see in these eyes.
Also should update that, at least according to some Arab news outlets, the second wave of hostages are now being moved as we speak to the cars of the Red Cross.
And that tells us that some more good news hopefully is on the way very soon.
And that process, of course, is underway of releasing the final 13 living hostages.
And while we look at these images of the joy, the people waiting, and some of them have waited overnight.
Let's quickly cross over here. I've got some updates here as well. Just quickly. Right, so just want to show you. So this is another video. Mother celebrates as she's able to speak with her son for the first time in 2 years. Shame. Shame. It's about 2 minutes long. I'm going to cross back to I-24, and then I've got some other stuff I want to share with you. Just don't want to miss anything on this side.
Within the 72 hours, that's also what the Israeli government voted on. Paragraph that says all of the remains in the possession of Hamas. At any rate, whatever the legal situation is, the practical situation is Hamas has said it will release some of the remains today, others it doesn't know where they are, and of course there's going to be this international task force to go and look for them. And as always, the question is this a real, true problem of a Gaza that has been so...
Guys, I just wanted to share, this one. I think I-24 had not so great resolution on this video. So freed hostage reunites with his family at Reem base, close to the Gaza border. Let's just go full screen here. Okay, so it is a little bit pixelated. But this was a reunion, so very emotional moment. Amazing. Almost unbelievable that it's finally happened. Let's quickly take a look at this. President Trump is on his way to Jerusalem to deliver a speech at the Knesset. So this is just the convoy that I wanted to share with you here. Sorry, let me just rather zoom in here because it's a vertical video. Show you that. No audio here. So that's just them making their way, see there towards to Jerusalem, the convoy. Wow. All right, so let's cross back over to I-24 again.
The flip side of it, remember those certificates, those release diplomas Hamas granted
evil
the hostages?
Yes, we remember it well.
So these 7 released hostages received those this time around as well. Those diplomas granting them release from captivity.
Just to be clear, a picture like the one we're looking at on that screen trumps any fake diploma, excuse the pun. Now, let's go to correspondent Balech Sladen. He joins us from the Israeli parliament in Jerusalem. And Balech, we know that President Donald Trump is set to address the Knesset at the top of the hour. We're hearing it's been delayed somewhat. I think the nation will forgive him under the circumstances. Bring us up to speed. What is the latest there? What's expected next?
Yes, well, actually, we're expecting the president to arrive any minute.
Very quickly, just to update you, just to confirm here. Update, 13 remaining Israeli hostages are now with the Red Cross. Okay, just so you guys know.
He's going to hold a meeting with the president and the prime minister. That's before he enters that special session that has been prepared for here in the Knesset today, and hear a speech by Prime Minister Netanyahu as well as the head of the opposition. And also, of course, President Trump, he's going to speak. I'm looking here behind me because he should enter any minute right now. Just a few words about what we are expecting to hear from President Trump, of course, speaking about the return of the hostages, the efforts being made by Israel, by his administration, and definitely talking about the end of the war in Gaza. But of course, most importantly for Israelis to hear, or at least one of the very important things for Israelis to hear, is the possibility of expanding the peace in the Middle East, normalization with Saudi Arabia, with Indonesia, with other nations. Trump wants to be optimistic, wants to convey this optimism, and definitely this is going to be the message that he wants to convey to the people of Israel, but also to the world, that he achieved this after only 9 or 10 months being in office, ending the war in Gaza. Definitely is something that he and many consider to be one of the biggest achievements, diplomatic achievements for President Trump since he came into office for the second term this year.
And then, of course, after he finishes up in Jerusalem, he heads to Sharm el-Sheikh later on in the day. We will be coming back to our correspondent, Balir Sladin, at the Israeli Parliament in Jerusalem very soon. For now, thank you, Balir. And Owen, bring us up to speed for people who are just joining us now. As we started this breaking news broadcast, we had these historic images. Air Force One landing on the tarmac at Ben Gurion International Airport. That red carpet rolled out. So many questions around the relationship between Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump, and there we saw them together. We saw much interaction, much engagement. Talk to us about the historic moment we're looking at again on our screens right now.
As usual, you'd have to have the body language experts, and there are body language experts who analyze everything about Benjamin Netanyahu, and I suspect Trump as well, to give us a full picture. But look, they had quality time on the ride to Jerusalem, Benita, and it is unusual for a prime minister, a foreign head of state, or of a government to be invited into the beast to travel with the U.S. president up to Jerusalem. These are two leaders who, by their own accounts, don't always agree on everything. Each has said that. But I think have a mutual respect for each other. Netanyahu certainly for Trump, respect, and I suspect in some sense fear. And Trump, I think, also for Netanyahu, for his longevity, for his political skill and ability, for his smarts, and even for his ideological and political worldview. So they have a lot in common, as has famously been said, although not everything, which is very important to note. But obviously, you're traveling up together to the Israeli parliament, Netanyahu hosting Trump along with the Israeli parliament itself. Look, there are going to be a lot more disagreements down the road, as has been mentioned over the course of the morning. Shiri mentioned this. Netanyahu is not invited to Sharm el-Sheikh. Donald Trump is making this whirlwind trip through Israel and is flying from here down into the Sinai to meet with leaders from across the Arab world and beyond. But without the Israeli prime minister, now I suspect if there are 5 or 6 normalization agreements down the road, no one will remember this. But on the other hand, obviously, it does at least feel on this day, a day where Israel is so at the center and Israeli society is so at the center, it does feel a bit of a slight. But at any rate, Netanyahu will host Trump, and it will be a very, very festive occasion at the Israeli parliament, with only a few members of parliament staying away for their own opposition to this deal. But Donald Trump, again, will be warmly welcomed there, as he was on his approach over Hostages Square, over the Tel Aviv waterfront, and of course, as we're now seeing on our screen again at the airport, as he makes his way up, literally, to Jerusalem.
And another picture on our screen right now.
Not
Yet
just that.
another smile.
Not
Eli
just that.
Hochenberg.
Since 2014, for the first time, right now, there are no longer living hostages being held by Hamas. Period. Period.
And Shiri,
Yep.
your thoughts on exactly that? Goosebumps once again.
I just read this again and again. There's no more living hostages in
Yeah, so just I mean, I'm sure most of the viewers right now are Christian, so let me just quickly take 2 seconds here to chat about this. So if you've watched my videos before, you'd know that I speak about the Ezekiel 38 war a lot, which is a war that we believe is on the horizon. And right now, seeing all of this, if this peace plan goes according to plan, like Trump wants it to go through, etc., then we may very well be moving into that period of peace, however long that might be, before the Ezekiel 38 war. So this is absolutely biblical and just historic. Everything we're witnessing right now is massive in terms of Bible prophecy. All right, so it looks like I-24 has crossed over to the stock market. So let me see if I can find a few stories that we can take a look at for now. Let's see if there's anything new here. All right, so I've got a couple of quotes that I can share here with you. So this is from Matan's family. Quote, "We can breathe again. Our Matan is home. Our beloved boy has been returned to us after 2 years, and we are so proud of him. We admire his strength. We cannot stop hugging him, and we are already planning with him his return to the green bleachers. This moment fills our hearts with deep gratitude, with humility, and with infinite love to be part of the people of Israel who carried us on their shoulders throughout this entire long, painful, and impossible period. Matan went out to fight for the people of Israel, and for 2 years, an entire nation went out to fight for him. The people of Israel proved they do not leave fighters behind. We salute with awe and respect the IDF soldiers, the heroes in uniform, the heads and members of the security forces who left everything and risked their lives. You brought this moment. A huge, historic, eternal thank you to the President of the United States and his team who worked with dedication and persistence for the rescue and return of our loved ones. The joy in our family is mixed with sadness for those murdered and for those who were not returned alive. They will be in our hearts forever, and we will not rest until the last hostage is returned to us." So there's Matan, an image of Matan there. All right, breaking. So we know all living hostages have been released. All right, let's see what's happening with I-24 here. All right, we're still in a bit of an ad break with I-24. Let's cross over to Hostage Square for now. And don't worry, I'll watch I-24 to make sure we don't miss anything, yeah? Right, very quickly here, guys. It looks like I've got some footage of the first release. Let's just take a quick look here. I don't believe we've seen this. Excuse me. Breaking. Hamas hands over second group of Israeli hostages, 13 people. They are now being transported to Israel, according to Ynet. In exchange, Israel will release around 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. The video shows footage of the first group's release. Let's have a look here. Just want to see what we can see here. So that might be a Red Cross vehicle. I think those might be Red Cross vehicles. Okay, so see it's happening inside there. All right, so there we go. Right, so those are some images I don't think we've seen. Amazing how Hamas can wear uniform when there's no war, but when there is war, they're pretending to be civilians. All right, guys, so there's some images of that is the first group, from what I understand. This is the first group that was released. And there they go in the Red Cross vehicles. All right. Just want to make sure I bookmark that. Let's just check if we've got anything else here. All right, let's cross back over to I-24 here, guys.
Talk to us.
The news is even better, Benita. 7 are already home. 7 are already home, and the 13 are on their way home. They've already been given over to the Red Cross, and as we've learned through not bitter experience, but sweet experience seeing these releases over the course of the last 2 years, then on their way to the Israeli military, and then to Re'im, then to their families in the hospitals, and of course the beginning of the long road back to recovery. But yes, this is the end of the national trauma, at least of the living hostages, and of course we can't forget the 28 remains of the hostages, some of which we expect to receive later in the day, but others of which of course will take, by all accounts, time. And then this split screen that in parallel to this momentous release of the final living hostages, Donald Trump, now on the ground in Israel, albeit just for a few hours, but it couldn't be more dramatic, Benita. He landed at Ben Gurion Airport, of course, to that heroic ceremonial formal welcome, but got also the emotional welcome of Israeli society from the Hostages Square display on the Tel Aviv beach on his way in, and now, of course, up to Jerusalem to meet with hostage families and to speak in just a short time before the Israeli Knesset. Again, he'll get a lot of rounds of applause.
And in our earlier broadcast, we were so moved to look at those photographs of those incredibly brave, smiling, brave hostages who are back in Israeli territory. To see those smiles when we know that their families haven't known for the past 2 years how they were doing. We did know about the torture. We did know about the starvation. We did know about the evil manipulation by Hamas in the terror tunnels of Gaza. But today, we see the images of resilience, of unity and strength, and those smiles. And this is what this nation has been waiting for. Yes, the end of the war, and we will discuss the details in the coming hours, not only in Jerusalem, but later in the day in Sharm el-Sheikh as well. But right now, the Israeli nation waiting to welcome home those hostages who have survived unimaginable hell in the tunnels of Gaza.
The smiles, I think that's what shocked all of us, because we legitimately didn't know what to expect. Of course, we had that one release of those 3 hostages over the course of during the winter, where we saw what kind of condition they were in. And these hostages, of course, have been in captivity more than 2 years. Many of them young, of course, but nonetheless, obviously a lot of concern about their health and how they would look. But all of them standing on their feet, and many of them smiling. And obviously the emotion is there to smile. But is the strength there to smile? And the answer is yes, the strength inside, but also the strength in their bodies as well. And that's, of course, just a wonderful, wonderful thing to see as we just try to enjoy this moment. You're right, there are a lot of concerns about what lies ahead. We will have a lot of time to talk about that over the course of the day as the action moves on to Sharm el-Sheikh and obviously the days, weeks, months beyond. But this is a moment for us to be in this moment, to be with these hostages and with these families, with a society that's trying to heal itself through this process. And of course, with a U.S. president on his way to Jerusalem, maybe already there to go to the Knesset and to speak to all of us.
And an historic moment for the U.S. president to be addressing the Israeli parliament, also meeting with relatives of the hostages, and what a role he has taken on early on in his term. He said if all the hostages weren't released, all hell would break loose. Now, in this moment, the war is about to officially be over, and those hostages, 20 living hostages, should all be safely home in Israeli territory very, very shortly.
Donald Trump proved, of course, we're not the first to say this, but it bears to be emphasized, that he can use his political and business chops, Benita, to bring people together. And that's what he did here. He connected emotionally with the issue of the hostages. That we saw from him time and again, from his meetings with the freed hostages and with the families, to his sense of wonder at the Israeli society's commitment to bringing back the remains of hostages, and not only living hostages, but beyond that, he had the bare knuckles to understand. We now know in retrospect, but even we understood in real time, how to work with leaders around the region, how to work with the different parties, how to be unpredictable enough that he could use that to generate leverage and then use the leverage. And of course, it bears this mentioning and emphasizing this specific example when he decided in June to take on the risk of attacking the nuclear facilities in Iran, not knowing where it would lead, not knowing how it would turn out. I think that proved to everyone in the region that he was willing to take the risk of using force or allow Israel to use force. And that, more than anything else, I think generated and...
All right, guys, I just want to quickly cross over to this story here from Honest Reporting on X. So this is the mainstream media and the way they manipulate these narratives, right? Absolutely vile from BBC. Dr. Khaled Dawas falsely claimed Israeli hostages are military officers, then described terrorists who butchered civilians as people, quote, fighting occupation. Murdering and raping Jews is not resistance, it's barbarism. Let's take a quick listen to this.
The Israelis who are being released, the hostages, were innocently attending festivals and at home, that in this particular example there cannot be equivalence.
The equivalence is that a large substantial number of the hostages being released are actually military officers. But that's fair enough. I don't begrudge them the fact that they're being released. But on the other hand, you've got a land which is occupied. And for Israel to call them criminals is obviously its own prerogative. They're free to do so. However, these are people who have fought an occupation for decades. So whether Israel calls them criminals or terrorists is really of no interest to me, because I think actually we are under an occupation. Palestinians are under occupation. And it is only their right to fight their occupation.
The mainstream media, my brothers and sisters, the mainstream media. Let's cross back over to I-24 here.
Isn't only on a diplomatic level, also military impact on the ground. It's made all the difference.
You know, Benita, there are so many different parts of Israeli society that have taken on burdens over the course of the war. We talk about the suffering of the hostages. We talk about the inspiration of the hostage families. But obviously, we can't forget the bereaved families, those who lost either civilians or soldiers on October 7th over the course of the war. We can't forget the soldiers themselves, as you mentioned, who have fought, in many cases reservists in the middle of their careers, with families, with children, with wives, with lives that they have built, called out of reserve duty to serve 200, 300 days in the Gaza Strip, often fighting themselves, and also their families. I know from our own social circles, as I'm sure you do from yours, the families of reservists and how much of a burden they've taken on. Oftentimes mothers at home alone with their children, again, for 200, 300 days without a sense of when this would end. And maybe, just maybe, this is at least the end of the beginning, if not the beginning of the end, of the burden that those families have taken on. And yes, for all of the difficult pictures that have been beamed out from the Gaza Strip, and of course there's a very intense worldwide debate about that, there is no question that the military pressure is an important factor. And there, of course, we see Donald Trump there in the Israeli parliament, in the Knesset, shaking hands. I believe that is Amir Ohana. It's a bit hard for me to see from this distance.
It is Amir Ohana, the parliament speaker, and next to him, shaking hands, there's that moment, Benjamin Netanyahu.
I want to get some ambience here from this, so let's watch Visegrad live here. Just get some.
Let's start with one here. Let's look here first. Then here. This one, Avi.
Just let me know that the audio is good, guys.
Let's try again. Now here, please, to Avi, everyone. And White House photographer, please. Daniel. אוקיי, עכשיו על הספר? רגע, הראש מותק. להסתכל על הספר? להסתכל על הספר? נועם, טיפה את היד לשם. כן? אתה בסדר? היד.
Amen to that.
We'll be here and then everyone should call that.
Danny, you okay? I'm perfect.
You want to do this thing?
I'm good.
Yes, sir.
Amen to that, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right, just put a.
Come on.
Thank you very much. Move this way. I have one in front of me. Thank you. Sorry. You're all good.
Daniel, White House
Just going to stay on here for a bit, guys, so we can get some of the ambience, and I'll check I-24 just now. Right, I'm going to cross over to I-24 for now, get some voiceover here.
Watermark in the U.S.-Israel relationship. And in that sense, it's reminiscent of Joe Biden's visit, a kind of bookending visit, right? Biden at the beginning of this war, Trump at least at the end of the beginning of this war, if not the beginning of the end. And yes, Donald Trump will head on to Sharm el-Sheikh, famously without Benjamin Netanyahu or an Israeli representative. And not all of those countries are so friendly or well disposed to Israel. And Israel's obviously suffered a lot of diplomatic and public relations damage over the course of the last 2 years, which may be an explanation about why Israel wasn't involved. But I don't think there's any question that Israel will be involved in one way or another in the planning and in the shaping of the new Middle East should it come to fruition. Israel can't be ignored. And don't forget, of course, Israel will be continuing to be present in 53% of the Gaza Strip as we continue to watch these leaders make their way through the Israeli parliament. But I think these leaders will again be struck by the strength and by the durability of the U.S.-Israel relationship, of the strength of the connection between Donald Trump and not only the Israeli leadership, but maybe even more so, Benita, the Israeli public. And we have to emphasize a broad swath of the Israeli public. I think liberals in the United States haven't necessarily always appreciated the feeling of liberals here in Israel, of their counterparts in terms of their political and ideological worldview and their view of Donald Trump. But what the Israeli center-left, Benita, sees through this.
Just want to quickly share what Trump wrote down there for you guys while I have it here quickly. 2 seconds. Sorry, guys. 2 seconds. Sorry about this, guys. My bookmarks are... okay, we're going to go back there for now. My apologies about that. I'll wait for it to show up here. Sorry.
I'm familiar with the building, but exactly where they are, especially with the crowds surrounding them and with the angles of the camera.
Two of the most powerful leaders in the world together in the Israeli parliament. You're looking at live images right now at the Knesset. Benjamin Netanyahu, Donald Trump, the Israeli Prime Minister.
All right, great. So here we go. Just want to quickly share this with you guys. This is what Trump was writing there. This is my great honor, a great and beautiful day, a new beginning. So I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Many waiting to hear what the president is going to be saying on this historic day. 20 live hostages are coming home to where they belong. What a moment. Many thought this day would never happen.
Yeah, there was obviously a lot of skepticism. Netanyahu himself has said, about whether all of the hostages would come home. There was always this sense that Hamas would leave at least some of the hostages in captivity as bargaining chips, and that may well happen with some of the remains of the hostages, and that we will obviously have to see. But look, all of the hostages are brought home. We now know that as a matter not just of expectation, but as a matter of fact. And Donald Trump is here to celebrate that, here to try to leverage this into the new Middle East he wants to create. I suspect in just a few moments, we will be hearing from him just about his vision for that as he tries to bring Israeli society and bring wide swaths of Israeli society along with him on that journey, the same way he has brought them with him on the journey up to this point. But of course, it's going to be more difficult going forward. He's going to have to continue to bring large parts of Israeli society with him, as well as large parts of this region, Benita, making agreement much, much more difficult. But again, to stay in this moment, this whirlwind trip by this by this U.S. president to Israel, obviously one of the most dramatic visits of any U.S. president in the 77-year history of the state of Israel.
And if you were wondering what the U.S. president wrote when he signed that book, his words: the U.S. president, this is my great honor, a great and beautiful day, a new beginning. And oh, how so many people in Israel will be agreeing that this is such a great and beautiful day.
Again, Donald Trump has been very clear how much he wants to generate hope and optimism as we again see the incredible scenes from Hostages Square here in Tel Aviv. And there we see the message that Donald Trump wrote in large enough print for it to be captured by the cameras, again, showing his political skills. But again, Benita, a vague enough message that it can appeal to a broad audience without making commitments, but still generating a kind of sense of hope and expectation. It was exactly what the moment called for. And Donald Trump understands very clearly what this moment is about, how to best take advantage of it, both for his own personal political needs, and he, of course, is a politician, but also for the needs of the United States, and one would hope for the best needs of the region, although, of course, this is a region that is conflicted with itself, and so that we'll have to see. But again, at least in this moment, Donald Trump generating hope and trying to generate a sense of vision.
Breaking news, if you're just joining us, you're watching U.S. President Donald Trump, who touched down on Air Force One earlier on Monday morning. An historic day. What a moment. A red carpet rolled out as he was greeted by Benjamin Netanyahu and Sarah Netanyahu before they headed to the Israeli parliament. And we are expecting him to speak very shortly. Right now, you're looking at live images on your screen. On the one side, Re'im military base. You can see the helicopters there. On the other side, look at those Israeli and American flags at Hostage Square right now. Owen.
Right, and we've seen lots of American flags out and about over the last couple of weeks.
Just very quickly, guys, this is from Israel Radar on X. Israel journalists ask President Trump, is the Gaza war officially over? Trump's response, yes. Let's hope so. And then another one from Open Source Intel, all big accounts, guys. Breaking, Netanyahu, now in the Knesset, says the war is over.
Office only to be best friends with him afterwards, who called for a massive press conference for Liberation Day tariffs that led to gyrations in the stock market, only to dial back on a lot of those. But this is his snapshot right now. This is where he is right now, that the war is over. Now the war, we can add an adverb, the war is officially over. And that may be well be his message to the Israeli parliament. But again, this is a president who often can change his positions, and that may be the wiggle room and the maneuvering that Benjamin Netanyahu may want to do over the coming weeks and months. Netanyahu was certainly in his own speeches, Benita, left himself the room to do that. Although it has to be said, even in Netanyahu's own speeches, there are whispers and hints of summing up the war. And there is a lot of internal pressure in Israel to align with Donald Trump's message. Maybe not in order to align with Donald Trump's message, but people who themselves are aligned with Donald Trump's message from within the media and from within the military, to see this as the end of the war, to give speeches and make statements summarizing it as not only the end of the beginning or beginning of the end, as I'm saying, but in a sense the end of the end, right? A true end, an official end, as Donald Trump said. But again, conditions on the ground in Gaza, as we know, are more complicated. Israel's security needs to be more complicated. Netanyahu's intentions may be more complicated. And Netanyahu may be banking on the fact that this is only a snapshot and not a video. But as for video, again, coming back to the pictures on our screens, we see hostages side of the screen. We see, I believe.
I wanted to share this with you guys. A historic moment. All surviving Israeli hostages have been freed after 2 years in captivity by Hamas terrorists. I want to show you this close-up footage here. Sorry for the audio, guys. A little bit loud there, so I just want to show you this. So very close-up footage here. This is the closest footage I've seen so far of the Red Cross. All right, I just wanted to share that with you guys. Let's cross back over to I-24.
Hostage, and one can obviously understand that. Look, in terms of what the deal says, the deal itself is contradictory. And some places, the documents say that by 12 o'clock today, local time, in another 38 minutes, Hamas had to return all of the bodies. That's obviously not going to happen. Other parts of the deal said Hamas had to, by 12 o'clock, return all of the bodies in its possession. That also doesn't seem like it's going to happen, but no one seems to be holding Hamas to the particulars of this. There seems to be a handshake agreement that Hamas will release some of them over the course of the day, that some will, in fact, be all of the ones Hamas has in its possession, that Hamas is acting in good faith in saying that it doesn't have access to the other bodies, that it needs help and time in order to do so. But again, we are dealing with Hamas. It is not a good faith actor, certainly not when it comes to this issue, as with any other issue, and we'll obviously have to wait. And I think that the challenge is going to be for Netanyahu, as again, we continue to see the pictures from our screens of this momentous moment and celebrating the release of all of the living hostages from the Gaza Strip. As our colleague Eli Hochenberg said, the first time since 2014 when there are no living Israeli hostages in the Gaza Strip, the first time in 11 years or more. But the question is going to be how to prioritize this goal as opposed to other goals. Israel's going to come to Hamas, and not only Hamas, to Turkey, to Qatar, for that matter to Donald Trump, with a long list of grievances and with a long list of policy goals. And one question is going to be where to prioritize this issue of the bodies as among those goals. And it's going to be a difficult question. We're going to be talking about it a lot and debating it a lot. I think at the moment one can only hope that we receive as many as possible over the course of today, at least to help as many families as we can get that sense of closure.
And important to bring you up to speed on some of the messaging from the US president from inside the parliament. He has been quoted as saying Hamas will comply with the plan to disarm. One wonders how he knows that. He also says, as you already outlined, that the war is over. And as we know, he signed in that book with that very famous signature, "This is a great day. This is a new beginning." Owen Alterman, Donald Trump believes Hamas will comply with a plan to disarm. This would be music to the ears of many in Israel if they weren't so skeptical. What is your sense of this message?
Well, first of all, let's start with the document itself, the 20-point plan. I think, as opposed to the way people understand the deal, if you dig into it, I can't find there a clear-cut demand that Hamas disarm. And I think that's intentional because there's no way Hamas would have agreed to this, or that Qatar and Turkey, its proxies, if you will, or sponsors, would have agreed to this if there was. What it says, I think in point 13, it says there will be a process of demilitarization. There will be a process. What a strange set of words. It doesn't say Hamas will disarm. It says there will be a process. What does that mean? And then in point 16, I believe, when it talks about the Israeli military's withdrawal from parts of Gaza, it talks about the timetables being linked to demilitarization. Now, of course, that will be a very, very important set of words for Benjamin Netanyahu, for the Israeli government, who will say, we are not moving our troops until there is progress on demilitarization, and will hang their hat on that language in the document. But there's other parts of that exact paragraph that don't link it only to demilitarization. It links it to this international force taking over, meaning when the international force is ready to take over the 53%, when they got their guns and they have their command structures and they've drafted the soldiers and they've trained and they've learned and they're ready, they come in and the IDF goes out. And it's not necessarily only connected to whether Hamas gives up its guns. So again, it's extremely, it's ambiguous, and I think it's intentionally ambiguous in terms of the way that these provisions are laid out. And Donald Trump, again, trying to generate a sense of optimism and hope, but obviously everyone around him, and certainly Israeli society, sees before our eyes what our colleague Ariel Osaran has been so correctly.
Right, I want to quickly cross over here and just see if we can hear what is said here. 2 seconds, guys. So, reporter, is the war now officially over? Trump, yes. So let's just have a listen if we can hear this in here.
Is the war now officially over? Do you have any message, Mr. President? Is the war now officially over? Do you have any message, Mr. President? Thank you.
So you couldn't really hear Trump there, but you can definitely see him give a nod.
Is the war now officially over? Do you have any message, Mr. President? Thank you.
Yeah, so it sounded like there was a bit of a yes there, if I heard correctly.
Rampage and mass abduction, the darkest day in the history of Israel. Today, some light. As we look at these live images on your screen, thousands of people converging on Hostage Square. It's been the scene of so many rallies, so many events, so many memorials in the past 2 years, so many calls for this moment that all the hostages should be back home. And today, 20 living hostages reunited with their families. One cannot imagine, and we've had the privilege to speak to many relatives in the past 2 years, but one cannot imagine that moment when mothers and fathers are reunited with their children that they never knew were even going to survive such unimaginable terror. And now let's go live to the Israeli parliament. Correspondent Balich Sladin joins us live. Balich, much anticipation about what the US president will say. What can you tell us? What is happening there right now?
Yes, just in the past few minutes, the President of the United States, alongside Prime Minister Netanyahu, entered the Prime Minister's office here behind us, where we are in the Israeli Parliament and the Knesset. And we had actually a chance to ask him a few questions, as well as he came to speak to us, to the press. He said a few words about the return of the hostages, that this is a historic day, of course. And right after we asked him, what would happen if Hamas does not comply with your plan, with arming, something that everybody is thinking about, that Hamas is not willing to actually do, and he said they will comply in this simply a simple sentence. We asked him well whether he thinks that the war officially ended. He said alongside Netanyahu again that the war did end. This is significant, of course, because Prime Minister Netanyahu in his last speech yesterday said that things are not clear, or at least he said that more challenges are ahead of us. It wasn't clear if he means that the war will continue or not. But from what we understand, the president is very, let's say, confident that his plan, the 20 points plan, that is going to be discussed later today in Sharm el-Sheikh, is actually going to be implemented word by word, clause by clause, meaning that Hamas will disarm and Gaza will turn into an area that would not actually impose a threat on the state of Israel. And of course, his plan for the wider Middle East, the normalization and the peace agreements between Israel and other nations is part of his vision. That's what we are expecting him to say as well in his.
All right, very quick breaking here, guys. So according to information provided by the Red Cross, 13 hostages have been transferred into their custody and are on their way to IDF and ISA forces in the Gaza Strip. So they should hopefully be handed over to the IDF soon.
Head of the opposition, Yair Lapid, speaking short speeches.
That's an official IDF announcement, by the way.
For the whole stay visit here for the president is very short, but the president himself could actually prolong his speech, could say things from the heart, as we are used to the president, as we always hearing him speaking, maybe for longer and longer speeches than what he planned in the beginning. But what is important is that the president is going to speak about very important things for the Israelis and for the whole world. And from what we are hearing here in the Knesset, the president's also expected to give some quote-unquote surprises. It's still not clear what those surprises could be, but definitely we're expecting an abnormal speech by the president here in the heart of the Israeli parliament.
Correspondent Balich Sladin, live from the Israeli parliament. Of course, more to come from Balich in the coming hours. You're looking at live images on your screen right now. This is Hostage Square. You can see the Israeli flags. You can see the American flags. You can see the anticipation. People are waiting to find out what is happening in terms of seeing those first images, seeing those photographs of the hostages who are being freed on this day. We've already seen such moving photographs of some of the hostages taken as they were meeting with IDF soldiers for the first time safe in Israeli territory, and that crowd on your screen right now waiting to see more. There you are on your screen right now. You can see the range of photographs of the hostages who came back in the first group, and those beautiful smiles. What a moment to see these hostages who have survived unimaginable terror in the tunnels of Gaza since the 7th of October, brutally abducted during the terror rampage at a music festival, from kibbutzim, from army bases. Look at those images on your screen. Twin brothers there embracing. Look at those images. Mom, Dad, Eitan Mor. Look at those smiles. What a moment for the whole nation. What a moment for these families waiting to see their loved ones and to know that they can hug them very, very soon.
I'm breaking out in a smile, as I think we all are, as we see. How can Eitan Mor's smile not be infectious, as are all of them from all of these now freed hostages, Benita? And a few moments ago, we saw the pictures again from Hostages Square, again with the Israeli flag starring, with a supporting act from the American flag as well. But again, that just shows how much this issue of returning hostages is viewed by so many people here in Israel as integral to our own identity as a country, to a sense of collective responsibility, to looking out for each other. You know, there's that saying in Hebrew, in Jewish lore, Kol Yisrael arevim zeh lazeh, all of Israel is responsible for one another, but it's not even that. We're all guarantors for one another. That's the literal meaning. And we all have this responsibility to bring hostages back. Now, there may be policy and public policy problems with that down the road, as we all know. In the past, freed terrorists from deals have come back to commit further acts of terrorism and take more hostages, as happened here. But in any event, for this moment, people taking pride in this element of Israeli identity. I want to go back to something Balir said from the Knesset, because it bears emphasizing in these moments before Donald Trump will step up to the microphone in the Knesset plenum. This is, of course, a president with a very unconventional speaking style. Benita, as I often say, watching a Donald Trump speech is a bit like reading and learning a page of Talmud, where Donald Trump is both Talmud and is both the Gemara and Rashi. He's both the text and the commentator. Donald Trump will read from a teleprompter, read a text as if it's foreign to him, in a kind of bored-out drawl, and then will comment on it as if he's the commentator to himself. It's a kind of communication strategy and its communication style that I have never seen before. But Donald Trump, of course, uses it to great success, whether it be speaking to his base at campaign rallies, whether it be speaking on the world stage at the UN General Assembly just a few weeks ago. And I assume we can expect more of the same at the Israeli Knesset. We heard Balir talk about how the feeling in the halls of the Knesset is that we're waiting for surprises. This is a president who loves to go out there with surprises in his speeches and use that as a way of building drama, of generating drama, and of driving events. So obviously won't be a surprise if there are surprises again, as we again see the pictures from Hostages Square with the Israeli flag literally with the yellow ribbon of the hostage release, Benita, movement that has become such a fixture of life here in Israel and around the world, but intertwined with the Star of David on that flag, again showing how for so many people this issue of bringing them home has become almost...
Okay, a couple of things I want to share with you quickly. Officials are, sorry, 2 seconds, sorry about that, guys. Officials are considering the possibility that Netanyahu will join Trump's peace meeting in Sharm el Sheikh. I think that might be in Egypt, if I'm not mistaken. And then I wanted to show you this. Trump buys challah bread at bakery in Bnei Brak. During his visit to Israel, US President Donald Trump stopped at the bakery where he was seen purchasing traditional challah bread, a gesture that quickly drew attention and warm reactions from locals. So there's just ooh, look how nice that bread looks. That looks delicious. So you've got to admit, Trump is he certainly is quite the character.
Our colleague made an excellent point earlier when he talked about how the video calls that Hamas organized in the hour before the release of captivity of the 13 who were released then thereafter was itself a form of psychological warfare, right? A way of getting around, making an end run around the ban on ceremonies. So there wouldn't be the kind of disgusting ceremonies that we saw last winter this time, and Hamas finding a different way to make its voice heard and to try to market itself as being humane, or at least show that to the world and to others. But Ariel also made a good point that oftentimes Hamas's psychological warfare, and you're speaking to this, has been seen differently in Israeli society. Those horrific videos that Hamas made with captives were in a sense welcomed by the families because they were signs of life. So Hamas finding every point it can to generate leverage and terror in using the hostages until it came to this point in time when it came to the conclusion that they simply holding on to them simply didn't serve its needs. And so now we're releasing them. But obviously, we're happy to have them back.
Just very quickly, I think the delay in Trump's speech and stuff now is likely them waiting for those 13 to be returned. If I had to guess, they're probably waiting.
Action we saw at various prestigious campuses across the globe. A just war, a nation defending itself from an existential threat, not only from Hamas, but from Hezbollah, from the Houthis, and Iran itself.
Well, listen, obviously a just war, and there's obviously an intense international debate about whether it was fought through just means. But, Benita, I remember saying in those first weeks after October 7th, when we saw the Arch of Titus lit up with the Israeli flag, something that I was just enthralled by, if you think about what that arch was, built to celebrate the Roman conquest of Jerusalem in 70 CE, with etchings in the rock of Jewish slaves carting off the tools and the artifacts of the temple to Rome. And then seeing that arch lit up with the Israeli flag was just incredibly powerful and a symbol of what we all felt in those first few weeks and the support we got around the world. And I said back then that no matter what happened later on, and obviously we understood we were heading into a very, very difficult period and a difficult war, what would generate difficult pictures, that the memory of October 7th would never disappear. And I think that in some sense I was right. Even through all of the horrific protests we've seen, all of the intense debate, all of the problems Israel has faced on the international stage, the memories and the trauma of October 7th have never disappeared from the world and the collective memory. Donald Trump, for one, mentions it at every opportunity. And this issue of the hostages was always on the international agenda. In every Security Council resolution, almost, the hostages were mentioned and were supposed to be freed unconditionally. Of course, they were never freed unconditionally, only when the Israeli military rescued living hostages or remains. But that call was always made, and this hostage issue was always the strongest leg of Israeli diplomacy over the course of the past 2 years. This issue has now, at least of the living hostages, not necessarily remains, been resolved. But we now have actually Donald Trump answering a question from reporters. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Territory.
Not even thinkable, and they're going to be happy, and they're going to have a great life. We want them to have a great life, right? They've been amazing. They've been very brave, and they're going to be in good shape. And we want them to have a...
Is the war now officially over?
Yes, as far as I'm concerned, yes. Thank you very much, everybody.
There we go.
We want them to have a great life. US President Donald Trump answering questions from reporters, including from the I-24 News Hebrew team inside the Israeli parliament on this historic day, commenting when asked about the hostages who are coming home, 20 living hostages, 7 already inside Israeli territory. He replied, "We want them to have a great life." And what a chorus echoing that right now across the country and across the world.
Right. A shout out to our colleague from our Hebrew channel, our sister Hebrew channel, Ori Kwal, there in the halls of the Israeli parliament, getting to ask the U.S. president a question there. Look, it's interesting to hear and to listen to the nuances there, Benita. Donald Trump was asked if the war is officially over. He said, as far as I'm concerned, it is. There's an interesting caveat there. There seems to be at least a bit of uncertainty. Now, of course, his concern is not unimportant. He is the U.S. president. He has reportedly given guarantees to Hamas or through the Turks and the Qataris that the war is over.
All right, guys, very quick breaking news here. The last 13 Israeli hostages are now with the IDF. And then I have some, I just want to share some extra footage here with you that I've, some new footage of Red Cross. So just this post below here, you can see, sorry, let's just have a look at this first.
ونرى تحرك سيارات الصليب الأحمر في هذه المشاهد الخاصة بالتلفزيون العربي.
بالتأكيد خالد، الآن وبعد أكثر من ساعة على هذه العملية تنتهي عملية التسليم بتحرك مركبات الصليب الأحمر التي ستسير.
Right, just a short video there, some extra footage. And again, guys, very quickly, the last 13 Israeli hostages are now with the IDF. All right, let's cross back over.
Israel. They are Matan Angrest, brothers Gali and Ziv Berman, Alon Ohel, Eitan Mor, Omri Miran, and Ga Gilboa Dalal. What a moment. And you're looking at live images on your screen right now. On the one side, Hostage Square, throngs of people watching on a big screen all the developments as they unfold. On the other side of the screen, the Re'im military base, where hostages are being received. When they get there, they know for the first time in 2 years, they are in safe hands. They are being met by members of the IDF. They get an initial health examination, and then decisions are made as to whether they need to be flown to specific hospitals and where they need to go to get the obvious treatment anyone would need on first coming out of the terror tunnels of Gaza and seeing the light and feeling the love of family once again.
Right. And again, the role of the Israeli military here, of course, is central in absorbing the hostages and in moving them on, giving them their first checks. But of course, the hospital is very central, Benita. You know, there had been almost no research about returned hostages, particularly children, because it's so unusual for even terror organizations to take children hostage, that the staffs at these hospitals looked for academic work on this and almost couldn't find it. And they at Sheba Hospital in particular almost had to write the book on this and literally wrote published articles on their experiences. We've now had long experience dealing with returned hostages. We're now 2 years into this war. And so there's that experience to lean on. But there were some surprising findings. At the beginning, for example, Benita, the hospitals had thought, and again, there we see the scenes from the Re'im base.
Oh, wow.
And more of the hostages being absorbed, the freed hostages now being absorbed by the Israeli military. But at the hospitals, they had thought that the hostages would want privacy and want some time to themselves and with their families. But what they actually wanted in many cases was to be their friends. And there's a picture out now of Gali and Ziv Berman in the uniform of the Maccabi soccer club. So again, showing how the hostages are anxious and eager to return to society as quickly as possible in many cases.
And it's incredible to think how so many people across the country feel like these young men are part of our own family. We have waited, we have yearned, we have hoped, and we have felt the collective angst, the collective agony, the uncertainty for any parent the world over to imagine that there are mothers and fathers in this country who didn't know for 2 years if their children were alive. And then when they heard the harrowing accounts from other freed hostages and understood that hostages were kept in cages, hostages were tortured, hostages were starved, hostages were moved from terror tunnels, in some cases to civilian homes inside Gaza. The agony, the uncertainty, the pain, it's been felt across the country, and that is why there is a collective joy in this moment as we look at these images, as we process these photographs of young men safe for the first time in 2 years.
Of course, and again, an iconic moment for our society. Again, we see the split screen, the hostages coming back on the left and hostages square on the right. That square in Tel Aviv that is located close to the Israeli military headquarters. And
right, breaking news, guys, from Israel Radar. All 20 hostages released today are now in Israel. In 12 News says they are back home, no longer hostages. Praise the Lord.
Set up, but with no one to go and sit and eat. And the displays there, in the way that became a focal point of attention on this issue, to be beamed out to Israel and around the world. And one wonders not only will happen with that space, Tel Aviv's mayor has said he wants it to return to being a public square, but to what will happen with all of the energy behind the movement to free the hostages, and whether that could continue to energize and inspire Israeli society even as the living hostages are released.
Breaking news just in. The second group of hostages are safe in the hands of the IDF. That means the second group of 13 hostages are there on the left-hand screen at the Re'im base in the safe hands of IDF soldiers. Ariel Cuneo, David Cuneo, Matan Zangalka, Eitan Horn, Nimrod Cohen, Yosef Chaim Ohana, Elkanah Bochbot, Avinatan Or, Maxim Herkin, Baruch Kupperstein, Segev Kalfon, and Eviatar David and Rom Braslavsky. The second group of 13 hostages safe in Israeli hands. That means breaking news. Just over 2 years since the darkest day in the history of the country. All the hostages alive, all the living hostages are now at last safe in the hands of Israeli soldiers, safe in Israeli territory. What a moment this is in the war for the hostages families, and for the entire nation. What a moment. We are looking at live images on our screen right now. This is breaking news. All 20 living hostages who were set to be freed on this historic day are now safely in Israeli hands. What a moment. Earlier on this morning, 7 hostages were freed. We've seen most of their photographs already. Matan Angrest, brothers Gali and Ziv Berman, Alon Ohel, Eitan Mor, Omri Miram, and Guy Gilboa Dalal in the first group, and now confirmation that the second group, 13 more hostages, are safe in Israeli territory. And you can see the cheering at Hostage Square. Senior Middle East correspondent Ariel Oseran joins me now. Ariel, what a moment. Tears of joy, no doubt about it.
Benita, this is the first time since 2014, we're talking about 11 years, that there is no living Israeli hostage in Hamas captivity in the Gaza Strip.
Say that again.
This is the first time since 2014 that there is no living Israeli hostage in the hands of Hamas inside the Gaza Strip. So when we say
God,
this
praise
is a
God,
historic moment, these are momentous times,
biblical
this is
times.
really a new reality for Israel, for Israelis that have become accustomed to this horrific tactic of kidnapping civilians, holding them captive without allowing any international organization to confirm their condition, the fact that they're alive. I mean, all these hostages who have been released today and in all previous hostage releases since October 7th, none of them received a single visit from the International Red Cross. That is why when we say that their function towards the hostages is nothing more than a transit service. I mean, you know, people may disagree with that, but that is the reality. The only interaction these hostages have had with the Red Cross since October 7th, since they were taken hostage, whether snatched from their homes or stolen from a music festival or grabbed from their tanks along the border. At no point did they receive any visit by the Red Cross, any significant attempt, besides the lip service that the Red Cross has given, that it is basically adhering to the guidelines of Hamas. At no point did the International Red Cross uphold its decades-long role of making sure in an unbiased way that ensuring the safety of civilians in these situations. At no point did it fulfill its role in that.
And a reminder that elderly peace activists were abducted. Their medication never got to them. Babies were abducted. No help, medical or support, got to them. Thank you, Red Cross. So yes, 2 years in, all the living hostages are now safely back in Israeli territory, and they are about to get the best medical, physical, and psychological care in the world. And they will be treated like the heroes that they are. Heroes to this nation. Please take a look at these breaking news photographs coming out of relatives of the hostages. What a moment. What a moment. They have been waiting for more than 2 years to know that their loved ones are okay, that they're alive, and now many would never have believed this moment would come. They are all back home. All the living hostages are back in Israeli territory.
And not only that, but what is unique about this hostage release is that in previous releases, the time that the released hostages spent at the Re'im absorption center, they would be questioned, not, you know, at length, but they would be questioned as to the conditions of other hostages that remain in captivity. And a lot of the information that was provided in these short conversations, these initial conversations upon their entry into Israeli territory, even before they made it to the hospital, this information was invaluable to Israeli authorities to ascertain the condition of the other hostages. That is not the case now, because as I said, there are no additional living hostages inside the Gaza Strip, and so the hostages who are released are asked 2 to 3 questions at most, and then they can immediately go and visit with their families, something that both sides of that loving embrace have been waiting for over 2 years, and really juxtaposing the physical and psychological torture up until the last moments, this phone call tactic by Hamas to attempt to circumvent the ban of holding ceremonies. The goals are clear: an attempt to telegraph a semblance of humanity, as Hamas has tried to show, as well as compliance with the deal, and to the people of Gaza that Hamas is still in power and isn't going anywhere. But that is no longer the problem of these hostages. They are now 7 hostages are underway to the hospital in Israel. 13 have been handed over to Israeli forces and are making their way to Israel, but none of them are in Hamas captivity anymore.
Breaking news, if you're just joining us now, all 20 living hostages are now safely in Israeli hands. all 20 living hostages in Israeli hands. President Donald Trump yet to speak at the Israeli parliament. When that happens, we're going to take you there live. Right now, that's a wrap from me. I'm Benisa Levine. Thank you very much to Ariel Osaran. Right now, our Laura Cillier is standing by with the latest breaking news. Stay tuned. Thank you for watching.
All right, while they do a bit of a crossover there, I'm just going to, let's just go live here to the Knesset here. Sorry, for some reason they've only got the right channel working on the audio here, just so you guys know. Just the, not the left side, so it's like lopsided. So we're waiting for this to start. And while that just runs in the background again, guys, I just wanted to, I mean, I'm sure many of you are Christians that are watching and possibly subscribe to my channel. And you've heard me talk about the Ezekiel 38 war. And like I said earlier, they said that these are historical times, yes, but these are biblical times. And like they said now, since 2014, today is the first time that there have been no Israeli hostages in Israel, at least alive hostages in Israel. So this is definitely historic, definitely biblical, and it certainly looks like we are moving into that period of peace that we're expecting just before this big Ezekiel 38 war takes place, which is that coalition of Russia, Iran, Turkey, Sudan, and Libya that all come together and attack Israel in that Ezekiel 38 war. So very fascinating and interesting times, and fascinating to watch all of it unfold as well. Let's see if we've got anything more here on I-24. I think we can cross over here soon. And as I said earlier, they've likely delayed this a bit, delayed these the talks from Trump and Netanyahu, probably to just make sure that those 13 get back. And of course, guys, don't forget, I mean, there's 28 bodies that are still in Gaza. Whether or not they'll even be able to get all of them back is another question. And of course, the families want to, bury them and mourn and pay their respects and everything. So there's still that. By the way, thanks to all of you who've stuck around for my stream. This is my first live stream. We've been going for about, at least my first one in this sort of format. We're going for about 4 hours now. So I think it's gone okay so far. Right, let's see if we've got anything here from, nothing from I-24. See if we've got some new posts here. All right, so we know that they're all back on, all 20 of the living hostages are now in Israel. Let me share some more images with you. So these are released hostages, Gali and Ziv Berman, the colors of their cherished Maccabi Tel Aviv team. So I think that's the football team, if I'm correct. Wow. Trump fulfills campaign promise to bring hostages home from Hamas. During his campaign, President Trump vowed, quote, "We will never abandon them, and with God's help, they will come safely home." Today, that promise has been fulfilled with the safe return of hostages who had been held by Hamas. The successful operation highlights his commitment to protecting American citizens abroad. Promises made, promises kept. Let's have a listen to this, actually. Why not?
Tonight, we send our love to every innocent soul who remains in Hamas captivity. We just are not going to stand for it, not going to take it. We're not going to take it any longer. We pray that through the darkness they know that we have not forgotten them, that we have not forsaken them. We will never forsake them, and we will never abandon them. And with God's help, they will come safely home, and it will be soon. We hope it will be very soon. Tonight.
And here we are today. Right, let's have a look here. Okay, we can cross over back to I-24. Let's have a listen here.
Now with the Red Cross. But what is important is they are no longer hostages. They are no longer in the hands of Hamas. They are free. Well, in a few moments, we should be hearing from US President Donald Trump, the man who made all of this possible. He will be addressing the Knesset shortly. He's currently meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other politicians. We'll hear from Netanyahu and the opposition leader Yair Lapid, who will also speak to the Knesset today. We are hearing that President Trump, although he is on a very tight schedule, there you are, live scenes from the Knesset, members taking their seats as they prepare to hear from President Trump. And he does have a very tight schedule. As I say, President Trump will be headed to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt to co-host a summit with 20 world leaders who will be discussing the future of Gaza. There you can see.
I'm going to jump over here, guys, because it looks like we've got some live. My apologies. It looks like they've actually stopped the stream. I'll see if I can find another one.
With me in the studio, our senior.
Not the I-24 stream, the Visegrad 24 stream. That's disappointing, but I'll find a backup.
Owen, it is a historic day, and we have just learned, I was just talking about Sharm el-Sheikh, that summit that will be going on to talk about the future of Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu might be heading out there after all.
Yeah, that's right. That's the breaking news in the last few minutes. Across Hebrew media, Laura, outlets reporting that Netanyahu is either considering going or has actually said he's going to go. He spoke with the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and Sisi reportedly invited Netanyahu to that event. It had been seen over the last few days. Laura, in Israel, is a bit of a slight that Netanyahu would not be there.
While he's talking about that, I believe it is confirmed that Netanyahu will be joining Trump in Egypt, if I'm not mistaken. So open source intel, quite a big account. Netanyahu held talks with Egyptian President al-Sisi in Trump's presence and is now set to attend today's Leaders Summit in Sharm el-Sheikh. So it looks like he will be there.
The Prime Minister's office putting out a statement, Laura, that Netanyahu meeting as we speak with Trump there in the halls of the parliament. Trump, of course, signing the guest book and writing about a new beginning. They're making sure he did it in marker and in big enough letters.
Yeah, and I'm just, sorry, just to confirm here, guys, I'm seeing a second report that also confirms that Netanyahu will be in Egypt with Trump today.
Not even thinkable, and they're going to be happy, and they're going to have a great life. We want them to have a great life, right? They've been amazing. They've been very brave, and they're going to be in good shape. And we want them to have a.
Is the war now officially over?
Yes, as far as I'm concerned. Yes. Thank you very much, everybody.
We want them to have a good life. We want them to have a happy life. President Trump there responding to a question from I-24 News Hebrew channel, Ori Kwal, earlier. And we are all waiting to hear from President Trump. And let me bring in Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. He's on the line with us as well, former international spokesman for the IDF and now a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Welcome, Jonathan, on this happy day. We've spoken so many times, haven't we, over the past 2 years? But today truly is a day of great relief here in Israel, isn't it?
It is, and it's a change of setting. Shalom. It is really a happy day for once to see our brothers home and hopefully
all of the Israeli hostages will be returned. We know that all of the live are now in Israel, and that is a major milestone. No more live Israeli hostages in the hands of Hamas terrorists. That is very big, because whatever happens forward from here, however this may go and whatever will happen in Sharm el-Sheikh, and however well the Trump plan will develop, at the end of the day, a major restraint on Israel and a major limiting of Israeli capacities has been lifted. So it's so great to see Israelis rejoined with their families, and they look relatively okay, judging by the pictures that I've seen and what I've heard from Israeli officers and medical personnel. So there's so much to be grateful for. It's a long road ahead, and as we take this breather and sigh of relief, we know that this isn't really peace, and it's a ceasefire, and hopefully it'll turn to something bigger. But currently, very big events ahead.
Right.
Looking at Hamas disarm, yeah.
But
Right, very quickly here, I want to share this with you. Netanyahu presented Trump with a golden dove, well deserved. So let me just zoom in here for you. So very nice golden dove there, given to President Donald Trump.
Can, if the full deal is implemented, or 80-90% of the deal is implemented, maybe one day will turn into peace. But we're realists, and definitely after October 7, I think we have learned enough that we cannot just believe in what we want to believe, that we actually have to listen to what our enemies and adversaries are saying. And in this case, it's pretty clear what Hamas is saying. They don't want to hand over their weapons. They've been using the ceasefire in order to settle scores with dissidents and people that they don't like in Gaza, rival clans, and people that have dared to challenge Hamas's control over Gaza. And they have said recently, as of yesterday on Sky News, that no, they don't want to disarm. If they don't disarm, then the only good thing that has come out of this deal only, and I say that with, of course, it's a tremendous thing, is the return of the hostages. If Hamas doesn't disarm, then the war isn't over. Israel cannot go back to normal, because we won't have ensured security for Israelis. So let's hope that Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey will apply the necessary pressure on Hamas to force Hamas to relinquish weapons and to relinquish control over Gaza. If that doesn't happen, then the so far not publicly available appendixes to the agreement. We know of the official agreement with the 20 points, but the interesting stuff hasn't been published, and I don't think it will be. Then they will come into effect, and then we will know what the Israeli negotiation team agreed with the American negotiation team and what really will happen.
And I just want to ask you, you know, as someone who for the past 2 years has done a really valiant job going into those foreign TV news studios, defending our troops, defending the heroes who have fallen fighting this Islamist terror in Gaza. What is your message to the families of the 468 IDF soldiers who fell fighting and who made the release of these hostages today possible?
Well, it's a tremendous debt of gratitude. And every time that, I go into an interview, whether it's somewhere more hostile, usually British media, or somewhere less hostile, I always remind myself that I have an assignment, a job, to speak on behalf of the Jewish people, on behalf of the state of Israel, but not in an official capacity. And being a soldier myself, I know for certain, and for me it's clear as the light of day, that none of this would have happened, even with an amazing president like President Trump. None of this would have happened had it not been for the stamina, the belief, the convictions, the professionalism, the strength, and the bravery of the amazing men and women of the IDF and the commandos who lead them. And every day that goes by, we sadly still have to remember that. And wherever we go in Israel, we see the stickers of soldiers. You go to a music concert, you see flags of soldiers that fell. You go to pump your pump gas at whatever gas station, there are stickers of fallen soldiers. It's everywhere, but we really should remember and think of and pay our tribute to. And I think what the IDF has done is to really one of the most amazing accomplishments from the lowest and deepest and most humiliated starting point ever faced by Israel for sure, but probably by any other military. Maybe Pearl Harbor is similar, but to start the war from such a low point and then to finish, or at least be in this position now, where most of our big enemies have been defeated and where there's significant progress against Hamas, and most importantly, no more live hostages in the hands of Hamas. That is no small achievement, and very, very thankful for the men and women in uniform, also Mossad, Shabak, police, all of the security forces who continue to shoulder that burden of responsibility.
Jonathan Conriquez, thank you very much indeed. I'd love to keep you with us, Jonathan, to get your reaction to President Trump's speech, so hang on if you can. I want to cross now over to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, where President Trump will be co-hosting a summit later today, along with the Egyptian President Abdel Sisi. Mike is there. Mike, we are hearing that Prime Minister Netanyahu may be joining those world leaders later today.
Well, that decision will have to come from the Israeli end. President Trump indicated on Air Force One yesterday, I guess today at this point, he wasn't sure why no Israeli representation would be there, but pretty much put the burden on the Egyptians who are organizing this particular summit. So it would only make sense that there's an Israeli presence there, given that it's a signing of a peace deal, given that it's a... Yes.
You're probably not seeing this as you're talking to me, but the Egyptian presidency has just confirmed Prime Minister Netanyahu will be at the summit, as will the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. So there we have it.
Yeah, it is official.
Netanyahu will be there.
So as I said, it only makes sense given the fact that it's a peace deal signing, the fact that the global leaders are coming in to talk about the future of the Middle East. What? No Palestinian Authority representative was going to be there? Well, turns out French President Emmanuel Macron confirmed Mahmoud Abbas will be there earlier today. No Israeli representative will be there? Didn't make any sense. So it's nice to see that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be there. Decisions being made about the future of the Middle East without the key players involved, just it's not logical. So Netanyahu, as you mentioned, the Egyptian presidency confirming that he will be on his way, might even hitch a ride on Air Force One, given that the wings of Zion aren't always readily available on a moment's notice. So it makes things a little bit more interesting here as we head into this conference at Sharm el-Sheikh. We'll be heading over to the convention center as soon as we're off air here.
Yeah, and of course, among those world leaders attending later today, the French President Emmanuel Macron, the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and the Canadian Prime Minister Carney, they'll also be there as well. A lot of people are asking questions why they're going. Some in Israel, some in the United States, in the Trump administration certainly have said that those three actually obstructed this deal from happening. And we can all remember just a couple of weeks ago at Rosh Hashanah, when they were leading the diplomatic charge against Israel at the United Nations General Assembly and choosing to recognize a state of Palestine, some saying kicking Israel at its lowest point. It will be interesting to see what develops when they show up later today.
Yeah, I think there's two ways that President Trump can go with this. Number one is to say, okay, we're all in this together. It's going to take a global effort to get things done in Gaza. It's going to take a global effort to eliminate Hamas once and for all and to get some security into the region and get Gaza reconstructed. Or, and maybe in combination with that, he can say to all the naysayers and everybody who obstructed the cause, hey, I got this one right. You didn't. You sit down and listen to what I have to say. This is a direction we're going in. This is how it's going to be, and I don't want to hear anything else. Now, again, he may do those things together, maybe some tough love approach from President Trump, but I think both of those things are very much on the table today.
Mike, thank you very much indeed. Mike Wagenheim is over in Sharm el-Sheikh as President Trump and other world leaders prepare to gather to discuss the future for Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu will be attending after all. Owen Osman, you've got an update for us.
Yeah, big news there. But if you want something that might even be bigger news, Laura, a report from Channel 12 that preparations are being made for the arrival tomorrow in Israel
of the president of Indonesia.
Goodness me. The world's most populous Muslim country. And it has been slated as a possible signatory to the Abraham Accords, hasn't it?
Of course. Remember the president speaking at the UN General Assembly a few weeks ago, using the word shalom and talking about the need for peace, at least between Jews and Muslims. So again, the president of Indonesia, according to this report, preparations being made for his arrival here in Israel tomorrow, would be unusual, among other things. Tomorrow is a holiday here in Israel. It's not standard for a world leader to be visiting, but at any rate, of course, an exceptional set of circumstances.
It's a special holiday
an
as well,
enormous
isn't it?
amount of drama. And of course, the holiday on which October 7th itself happens. There'll be further redemption of that holiday. Again, as if the scenes on our screens from Hostages Square, of the return of the hostages, and of this historic visit by President Donald Trump aren't all redemption enough. Again, at least according to this report, the president of Indonesia potentially coming to visit Israel tomorrow.
Wow.
This is actually a continuation of some of the talks that we saw a couple of years ago in around about January 2022. There were some back channel talks between Israel and Indonesia. It didn't amount to anything. This was in the kind of like mid-Abraham Accords era. Israel was trying to finalize relations with Sudan. It didn't really materialize with Indonesia. And then October 7th, both Indonesia and Saudi Arabia were put on hold. Israel's now hoping, of course, that Saudi Arabia will be the next one to join alongside Indonesia.
That would, of course, be the jewel in the crown of the Abraham Accords.
Very much so, and that would be ideal for Israel to have such a wealthy Arab partner, one of the, or if not the most influential Arab partner. And on top of that, Indonesia has in the past said that it would be willing to take in hundreds, potentially even thousands of Gazans as refugees. So perhaps this could be a little part of the deal. This could be something to sweeten it. But if this report materializes, which I'm sure we'll find out in the next few hours, this will be incredibly interesting, especially post the war. Perhaps this was even a part of the deal on Israel's end.
A fair piece of speculation, Joe. You're absolutely right. This may have been part of the deal. By the way, Channel 12 now coming out and saying it's official. Other Israeli outlets starting to publish this. So again, we may well be seeing tomorrow a visit by the president of the world's most populous Muslim nation here in Israel.
Incredible, incredible. If you're getting whiplash, so are we, because there is just so much news. All of the hostages are out of the hands of Hamas. You know, that is the most important news today, but we are getting an absolute barrage of diplomatic news as well. Prime Minister Netanyahu will be going to Sharm el-Sheikh. President Trump is due to address the Knesset any moment now, and we've just heard that the president of Indonesia, the world's most populous Muslim country, may be visiting Israel tomorrow. Simply astonishing. There is a bit of a divide, though, isn't there, Owen, developing between the Israeli leadership and President Trump, because Israel is talking about a ceasefire, a temporary truce, a hostage deal, a hudna, as they would call it in the Arabic language. But President Trump is talking about something much bigger, much more ambitious, isn't he? He's talking about really shifting the Middle East.
The biggest peace in 3,000 years.
Yeah.
If you listen to Donald Trump,
Greatest day in the history of
his usual
civilization.
charming set of exaggerations. By the way, pictures coming out of Netanyahu and Trump meeting with hostage families as well at the Israeli parliament. But again, we have as many screens as we can fit.
That's okay. Let me, I'll quickly show you that. I was actually about to show it to you, so I'll show it to you. So Trump and Netanyahu meet with hostage families at the Knesset. So, sorry, I just want to get this off screen here. My apologies. Trump and Netanyahu meet with hostage families at the Knesset. So you can see here, so I believe these are the hostage family members here. And so this is obviously happening right now, which is basically, I'm assuming we're waiting for finish, and then I'm sure Trump and Netanyahu will move on to the Knesset. And let's just have a look at some more here. So Trump and Netanyahu spoke by phone with Egyptian President Sisi, according to Egypt's presidency. So I'm pretty sure that's confirmed. He will be going to Egypt. Netanyahu will be joining Trump in Egypt. Some news here. Joe Biden starts radiation therapy to treat prostate cancer. Just something additional there. And then, of course, the 20 hostages are now in Israeli territory. All right, so let's cross back over to I-24.
So there's internal pressure also for this to be the end. Of course, many parts of our society have sacrificed so much over the last 2 years, let alone the international pressure, including in Sharm el-Sheikh.
All right, let's cross over to the Knesset. Thank you, Owen. Let's cross over to the Knesset, where our Balea Sladin is standing by. And I mean, presumably President Trump just persuaded Prime Minister Netanyahu to join him in Sharm el-Sheikh. Is that what happened during that meeting?
Yes, definitely dramatic developments happened here behind me in the Prime Minister's office. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke with the President of Egypt, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, and apparently during that phone call, Sisi invited Netanyahu. They have agreed to invite Netanyahu also to this summit that is going to happen today in Sharm el-Sheikh. Netanyahu is going to be there with the President of the Palestinian Authority, Abu Mazen, as well. And this is, of course, very dramatic development in recent hours. Now, according to the latest update that we know of, El Al flight is going to embark from Ben Gurion Airport at 2 o'clock. So a little bit more than 1.5 hours from now. I honestly don't see that happening, because after all, start yet, and the airport is 40 minutes away from Jerusalem, meaning that the schedule is very tight, and this could be happening just a bit later than 2 o'clock. But definitely the meeting today in Sharm el-Sheikh, the summit, is going to be historic, with Netanyahu right after ending the war, right after all the condemnation from the Western countries and the Arab countries. He's going to be meeting with those presidents and world leaders, including Pedro Sanchez, including people like the President of the Palestinian Authority, many other Arab and Muslim leaders that were condemning Netanyahu and calling him war criminal and many other names. He's going to be meeting with them. So this is definitely dramatic news that happened just in the past hour. And we're still waiting here for the speech of the President of the United States, Donald Trump, that is supposed to be full of surprises. And apparently we're still only the we were getting this glimpse of those surprises just in the past half an hour or so.
All right, Balea, thank you very much indeed. Balea is over at the Knesset, where we're all waiting to hear from President Trump. Should be speaking any minute now. He'll be heading off to Egypt at 2 o'clock, so in around an hour and a half's time. Joe Brown, this hostage deal, of course, has come at a high cost. 468 IDF soldiers have fallen in Gaza. And, of course, Israel must also release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners from jails. What do we know so far?
Well, more than that, in fact. But before I talk about this, the IDF has just announced that Eitan Mor Gali and Ziv Berman, as well as their families, have been taken by the Israeli Air Force from the Re'im base, where they were being treated in southern Israel, into hospitals in central Israel. So,
and we are hearing that they're all in okay health. That's what the Red Cross says.
Okay
right?
health, yes, but this is all relative, I guess.
And initial assessments.
Indeed, and on top of this, this isn't taking into account the mental toll that this has had on them, and this is something that will be they'll be taking it with them for years,
for the rest of their lives, I'm sure.
Indeed,
I'm sure.
Yes.
But we are talking about nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners, but hundreds.
Well, I just want to, just while they're on that topic, I think what I've noticed with the hostages is they are wearing very baggy clothing. So, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if they are, you know, their faces don't look terrible, but you can see they are very worn out, you know, and likely, I would say, probably much skinnier than they were, you know.
The release of the prisoners is the comparisons between this and the Gilad Shalit deal. Gilad Shalit deal, that was 1,027 prisoners in exchange for one hostage, and this is even more than that. But the numbers, whilst the numbers are considerably different, considerably larger, and this isn't even including the previous releases, we're talking into the thousands, potentially even reaching tens of thousands by the end of this. The main thing is who is getting released. Even right now, there was a switch in the last minute, which Israel agreed to because of how smoothly the transition of the hostages from captivity to Israel went over the last couple of hours. But most importantly, whilst some of these are...
Just some more, I think, breaking news here. Let me just share this with you. So a statement here from the UN chief. Quote, I very much welcome the release of the Israeli hostages held in Gaza. I'm profoundly relieved that they have regained their freedom and will soon be reunited with their loved ones after the immense suffering they have endured. I reiterate my call for the release of the remains of the deceased hostages. I urge all parties to build on this momentum and to honor their commitments under the ceasefire to end the nightmare in Gaza. The UN is working to support all efforts to end the conflict in Gaza and alleviate the suffering of civilians. Well, the UN didn't do a great job with the aid. I'm sure you've probably seen all the pictures. Just tons and tons and tons of aid that the UN did not get into Gaza. So, helped. I wouldn't say they've helped much. And then just another thing here, just in reports indicate that a meeting between Erdogan and Netanyahu will take place in Egypt. So that is Turkey and Israel.
They do. This is part of the plan for the hostages. They've wanted to share their stories, and they are massive football fans. It's the same with Yair Horn. He's a big fan of Hapoel Beersheva. Yeah, they're stepping out for the first time. This is
wow.
When they've been in captivity. This has been 2 years. They've been tricked into hearing that they've been freed from what we've heard from previous releases. And now they are finally back in Israeli soil, and they will be reunited with Emily Damari, who was released in January this year. Very good friends from Kfar Aza, neighbors. They were abducted at the same time. Before October 7th, they were going to music festivals together. She says that she now feels reborn again, and this is what it's been like for the Israeli public. This is the closing of a chapter. Now there's no more living hostages in the Gaza Strip. The healing process can start. It will be a long healing process for everyone, not just these released hostages, their families, their friends, but for the country as a whole. We've been feeling this as much as they have as well.
We all know their names, we all know their families, we all know their terrible stories. So this is the first 7 hostages who were freed this morning. They've just been flown from the Israeli military base in the south of Israel to the Sheba Medical Center, where they will receive much needed medical treatment. Also on there, Alon Ohel, sitting alongside his mother and father. We've got the Berman brothers. We've got Eitan Moore, I believe, as well. There, you're going to get your first glimpse of them as they make their way to the Sheba Medical Center. The medical teams here in Israel have been preparing non-stop for this day. They are ready to deliver the much-needed medical care. And what a healing moment for the entire nation.
One thing that I think is interesting with this in comparison with the previous release deals is that they were very much focused on the privacy of the hostages. I remember being at these helipads and seeing them bring out these white sheets to take them into a car for them to be taken away and sheltered from the media. But now we're seeing the Berman brothers with their fists out at the public, and according to the Sheba Medical Center, they are preparing for President Donald Trump to go and visit the Berman brothers.
Just the Berman brothers there, just the Berman brothers on that helicopter.
Okay, this is just the Berman brothers.
Just the 2 brothers, and what an iconic photograph when they were embracing
it's
3 men
Joe,
for the
and
first
I
time.
suspect that that's not coincidental, because looking into this a few months ago, you are right. At the beginning, the expectation was that the hostages would value their privacy, but you have to understand just how little there had been known about how to treat returned hostages, especially children, because it's just unheard of, even for terrorist organizations, to take and hold small children. There had been no research. And so these staffs essentially had to write the book on this, and one of the surprises was how much the hostages wanted to see their friends right away and wanted to be out there in public. And this is such a wonderful example.
And remember,
for us to be able to share the moment with them, too.
These guys have spent more than 2 years. I mean, it is absolutely astonishing. You can't get your head around it that they've been held in unbelievably harsh conditions for more than 2 years, forbidden from speaking to any kind soul, any family member, any friend, to be held like that for more than 2 years. So it is understandable, isn't it, that they want to be reunited with their country, with their friends, with their family members. It truly is an historic day. So we've just got the Berman brothers there.
There we go.
They're putting in the screens. Okay.
There's the covers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But we got our glimpses.
And we remember
before
the
then.
horrific scenario during the previous releases. Of course, this is nothing like that. When Hamas controlled the images, when Hamas controlled what we could see, what we couldn't see, and those hostages were abused right up until the very last minute. They were intimidated, they were jeered, they were humiliated, you know, and they were in a terrible physical condition as well. You think of Eli Sharabi and the other hostages. This time, Israel controls.
But even then, Hamas was trying to.
All right. We can obviously see there they're very concerned with privacy and things like that. So I'm sure it'll be a while, maybe a bit of a while, before we see more imagery on the hostages and things like that. Before we go, I'm just going to, I think I'll quickly share this post here from Steve Witkoff. And then I think I will close it off here. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. I wondered if I would ever see this day. It's deeply gratifying to know that so many families will finally have their loved ones home. Today, 20 families are spared the unbearable pain of not knowing if they will ever see their loved ones again. But even in this moment of relief and happiness, my heart aches for those whose loved ones will not return alive. Bringing their bodies home is a must and an act of dignity and honors their memory forever. I can't help but feel the presence of my son Andrew at this moment. I am profoundly grateful for the indomitable spirit of President Trump. This day would not have been possible without him. All right, guys. So I think I'm probably going to stop it there. We will be waiting for the speech from Donald Trump, but I think that could be, you know, I'm not sure how much longer that could be. I've been going for about almost 5 hours now, so I suppose I better maybe go and get a bit of work done or something like that. But for those of you who have watched up till now, thank you so much for watching. And if you do want to continue with this coverage, you can head over to, I think I24 News is probably the best one if you ask me. And you can head over to them. And also just make sure you subscribe to I24 News, I24 News English. Okay, you can see the coverage there and just subscribe to their channel as well. I did use a lot of their live streams, so please make sure you head over there and subscribe if you can. But yeah, I think let's pray for those the 28 bodies also come back as well, and then I suppose we will see how the rest of this peace plan from Trump plays out. To those of you who've stuck around, thank you so much for watching. Have a good day. Please pray for Israel. Pray for the world. And I will see you very soon. Thank you for watching. Have a great day, and God bless.